live classes each and every month. You will also have access to, as a monthly subscriber, over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied thus far prior to beginning that class. But if you wanted to catch up, now is a beautiful time to join, because you've got like a good week or so. You'll be able to take some classes, at your leisure. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have. And really, you actually have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me, not the other students, just with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access, you'll also be notified as well to my Mystic Meditation articles. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon that we just went through. You can find it over there. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you're joining us across the other apps as well, you can also get on the list via those same methods, and the tree that has links in it in my bio. Hi there, Hannah. How are you doing today? Is this the place with the videos? No, Hannah, that's the place with the photos. Thank you. The apps don't like it when you talk about them. It's just the way it works. And thank you as well. Happy Monday, Ryan. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Stormborn, thank you so much for the follow. Hold on a minute, just reading back up on the comments that I was missed when I was giving those updates. Kate, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. Okay, and thank you for that. Thank you for that help, Bridget. I appreciate that. No, not the videos. It says upcoming. No, yeah, it was weird. It wasn't. Sometimes I had to restart it, but thank you for letting me know. Thank you. The place where we keep the videos is quiet. It should be active now. Hi there, Revolt. Helping an Aries go through it right now. It's intense. Yeah, it can, I gotta tell you, like, for those with Aries placements right now, it can feel triggering is kind of the best. It's kind of the best way I can describe it. you know? It's just- like this is every planet, it's just every planet in Aries retrograde. And even some things that aren't planets. You got a couple planetary bodies, yeah, put them in retrograde too. It's like things and opportunities coming in wildly and try, yeah, it's that. I mean, but this is what I mean with like Neptune and Saturn retrograding. It can feel like a lot of stuff on top of each other, you know? Talk about stark transition. I know. Well, Kate, the thing we want to be conscientious about is the moon's transiting from Pisces to Aries, like halfway through the day today. So just to be mindful of that. Kate, as a Pisces and Pisces stellium, the last few days have been heavy, heavy. Today, I'm just exhausted. No, this, I got to tell you, and this is just something I read for every time we go through it. I got to say, Pisces moons on Pisces placements, it can feel really, really intense. Like it can feel very emotional because you're already very energetically sensitive to it. You know, I'm feeling really good. Must be my Aries cusp. A little bit of Aries might be helpful right now. And Gabrielle, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're celebrating 3 years of sobriety, Hannah. That's amazing. Guys, I'm going to pin Hannah up here, guys. Make sure to give Hannah congratulations there. And Nicolette, thank you for sharing the live as well. How are you doing today? Stella, I've got you on my hold list here. Let me know if you'd like to be added back to the list today. Happy Monday, Ryan. Good to see you. Absolutely. Yes, hold on. Finding an urgent job during this too and manifesting them. Sending you so much support on that journey, H. Excellent. Grand Rising, Haley. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you want to get on the list, though, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If there's anyone who is on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list today, please let me know and I'll be happy to add you back as well. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. The first giveaway we'll be doing is when we get to 50K likes. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 5.2K likes, my friends, so thank you for tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, Denise, you're in the highest running for that right now. So congratulations. And as I mentioned as well, if you guys could do me a favor. Yep, just in time, Haley. If you can do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Before we begin, though, why don't we warm up our intuition muscles with a bit of an intuition check? I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bear. We will do that again after the next reading or after our daily collective reading. Thank you guys for participating. Excellent. All right, now where are we? Let me just get this. Let us make sure that we're started up over on where the podcast is. And if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. Thanks to my Lyle. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, September 8th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are our 5 of the 5. Oh my gosh, what am I saying? not a 5, a 10 of swords in its upright, in its reversal, in combination with our chariot card in its upright. All right, let's like this is what like, okay, let's talk a little bit about um incongruity and congruity, because what we're effectively, and I want to describe this, and this is the thing I was trying to kind of like prepare you for in relationality to this eclipse cycle. I've been describing this as like an anomalous eclipse cycle to a certain extent, because we talk a lot about the fact that eclipses are amplifiers. They just kind of, they don't really necessarily change the energy that we're experiencing so much as they just amplify the energetic feeling of it. Now, we were already we were already in a very, 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 very intense retrograde cycle prior to this eclipse cycle beginning. All right, there are there are a lot of planetary bodies in retrograde right now, and I can't even say planets, I need to say bodies, because even some things that are not planets are in retrograde, and they're important to pay attention to as well. Like Chiron and Eris retrograding together is often working through the frustration of the self. It's working through a lot of energetic trauma. It's working through the messiness of the self, the things from the past that we wish that we could effectively energetically heal from, but instead we have to carry with us to a certain extent. We've also got the fact that we've got Neptune and Saturn retrograding that also create a lot of that similar feeling. But the thing that we understand, and I keep on getting, like, this is the energy that kind of forces us to feel like we need to come into the space of energetically contextualizing on it, right? Because when we're able to contextualize, we're able to recognize and identify not just the fact that we're feeling frustrated about something, but why we feel so energetically intense, why something feels so energetically important to us. We're able to effectively articulate and find the words that help us like persevere or move through something energetically with, I like to describe it with like the ability to articulate upon something that's hard to describe and finding words to be able to put to it that allows us the ability to heal with it. This is what we mean when we talk about, like, this is what we mean when we talk about shadow work. Like, this is what we mean when we talk about the space of the self that sometimes creates that feeling of inner cringe within us. And if you felt like this potentially intensified right before the fact that we had that full moon that came in, well, I need to point out there was another planet that went into retrograde right before the full moon and right before the start of the eclipse season, and that was Uranus. Now let's talk a little bit about Uranus, because Uranus often works this in the context of understanding and navigating the changes or the processes of change, right? And one of the things that we see that's very interesting has to do with the fact that when we're in a healthy space, we energetically welcome the changes that we find within or around us, right? At the same time, we can get very frustrated at ourselves when things don't feel like they're changing in at the rate that we would aspire or desire them to be or to occur. I would not be surprised right now if there are situations that are happening in relationality to working through timing issues or being able to articulate upon the energetic timing of things. That's what we can also expect with Neptune and Saturn in retrograde. One of the things we're also seeing is a lot of those relationships that were coming together during that period of between this period of the solstice up until this recent eclipse cycle. These were a lot of the relationships that were being built upon mutual energetic effort, the ability to identify and recognize what feels like it's energetically mutual that allows one to be able to arrive into something. So that's what we keep on seeing that is occurring right now in relationality to a lot of that path work, the ability to define upon things, the ability to articulate. Now, for a lot of the energy in separation, I would not be surprised if the last few weeks brought a lot of things from the past back up to the surface, right? Having to do a lot of that energetic unpacking, if you will. Because what we're effectively identifying that's occurring in a lot of those modalities right now is a lot of the energy right now in separation is potentially able to identify how much they have changed in the context to potentially something from the past re-arriving to them and being able to see how differently they experience it, right? Like I've got some energy in separation right now, potentially going through the process of being able to identify and recognize what is not romantic anymore, right? I got a lot of energy here. I keep on seeing something going like it's not energetically romantic, it's tragic. But this is also why working through the frustration of the past experience, being able to identify what one is able to hold or what one is able to bring to bear into a situation. I keep on hearing a lot of the relationship or a lot of the energy in separation right now proceeding forward into this new energetic cycle, frustrated but fortified. Potentially seeing something that energetically frustrates the self, but doesn't make, I keep on hearing, it energetically frustrates the self when one recognizes that one is moving in the right direction, is what I keep on seeing. It's the observation of the frustration that fortifies, that allows one to be able to have that set intention, if you will, as it relates to something that feels like it is energetically restorative to the self. So that's why I keep on seeing, I would not be surprised if there's a lot of energy right now in separation, healing from trauma that is no longer trauma, specifically because they're able to contextualize upon the situation or circumstance that was creating the energetic trauma in the first place, right? The ability to see an unhealthy pattern, the ability to articulate to another what is lacking or what one is not bringing forth from a circumstance or situation. So I keep on hearing a lot of these relationships or circumstances, they're having those conversations, and the reason it feels like it's energetically refreshing is because the energy, I keep on hearing, it's not working into the space of nuance, it's working into the space of absolute clarity. And for a lot of these relationships, for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, this is the, I keep on hearing, this is the feeling of having a refreshing conversation. The ability to, I keep on seeing one of the gifts of a lot of these partnerships that are moving deeper into union is the space by which they don't take each other's irritation upon things personally, right? Especially and particularly because a lot of it, I keep on hearing like a lot of it feels like it's directed towards situations or circumstances outside of partnership. Now, for a lot of the energy right now that's moving deeper into divine union, I keep on seeing like a lot of these magician partnerships that we're talking about, like I almost feel like the energy is working through potentially seeing things outside of partnership that either frustrate or fortify. Why do we see that a lot of these magician partnerships are seeing things outside of partnership that frustrate or fortify? Because you'll remember that we articulated that for a lot of those relationships, the ability to kind of clear the air around partnership, if you will, moving something towards one another, like towards deeper into union, and not even necessarily feeling like one needs to wait. We see that for a lot of those relationships, the ability to articulate the force of intention by which they're moving with so much rapidness, this is either allowing the context of being able to identify what feels like it's energetically supportive to partnership, something that feels like it's sustaining of it, versus something that feels like it's energetically confounded by it. So everything we keep on seeing right now, I do recognize that there's something that's interesting that's happening in some magician partnerships as it relates to like I keep on hearing like the air around the partnership itself changing, but I keep on hearing it's changing in context of the clarity by which another person is able to articulate or define how energetically important a relationship has become to them. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. Clarification for those energies right now, especially with the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. One of the things that we're seeing right now that's occurring with a lot of the energy deep within divine union has to do, and I keep on identifying this, I keep on calling it, it's like the thing with this type of energy deep within divine union is it doesn't really necessarily fortify direction. It's more just working through outside frustrations. I like to describe this as like This is like the retrograde of minor inconveniences and not allowing the energetic inconveniences to get the energetic better of the self, not letting it, like I keep on hearing, not letting it, not taking things energetically personally, but allowing oneself to feel energetically fortified through energetic frustration to a certain extent. I keep on seeing that this is a lot of energy working in the context of being able to communicate in a better way, or being able to kind of look towards situations and see what one can bring forth in order to energetically ease something. For a lot of the energy doing that work right now, I want to describe this as, and I feel like even for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, potentially having to work through the context of those that are not navigating the retrograde eclipse energy as harmonically as one could. And I like to describe this. It's not the best way I can describe this energy right now. And I'm going to get the fourth and fifth cards to clarify because it's a very nuanced. It's very nuanced. Hold on a moment. Yeah, we've got here the Queen of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Five of Pentacles in its reversal. So this is the best way I can describe this type of energy. It can feel, it feels very chaotic is the best way I can describe it. And the combination of working through a retrograde and an eclipse can often feel like the energetic intensity of focusing on what doesn't feel like it's moving in the positive direction. That's one of the things we have to be very conscientious about. Because as I mentioned prior to this eclipse cycle starting, is Mercury is currently in Virgo, okay? And we're in Virgo season. Now, often when we're going through Virgo lessons, we are usually going through a conversation as it relates to what perfect is, right? Virgo energy is often here to heal their relationship to perfection. It's the understanding that perfection is never something that we find. We can't pinpoint it on a map, but the ability to identify person perfect within ourselves, we can see it almost as we can see it as a calling, right? And when we look towards perfect as a calling, then we don't get upset if we don't see perfect outside of the self. We recognize and identify what it is we are trying to energetically perfect, right? It's the ability to be able to refine something that allows perfect to be found. But often, and I keep on hearing, like the one thing we have to be conscientious about with energy like this is not letting our pursuit for perfect, or the pursuit of perfect to be confounded by our own personal opinion of it, if that makes sense. Because for a lot of the energy right now, I want to describe this, and we were talking a little bit about this, and this is why I was saying prior to this eclipse cycle, making sure that you were feeling energetically grounded in this type of energy, because the experience of navigating this energy and desiring to take something personally, or the desire to energetically internalize upon it, it's the space by which one is able to navigate and recognize what one is trying to do better, that allows the context of perfecting to be found. So for a lot of the energy right now, doing that work, articulating and defining upon it, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, um, like I feel like it's working through our own, I keep wondering, it's working through our own energetic insecurities. It's working through our own, like our own feelings, our own energetic limitations. And that's why I keep on getting the message that when we're able to navigate our limitations with a sense of compassion, we're able to find breakthroughs because we don't take things personally. We try to be energetically productive as we continue through something, is what I keep on saying. Now, and I keep on seeing this is also, I just want to show you between our Knight of Pentacles in its reversal and our Queen of Wands in its reversal. This is what I meant in terms of this having kind of a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For feminine, and I want to describe this as like the desire to go into hermit mode during this type of energy, it feels very overwhelming. It's a lot of, I keep on hearing, it's a lot of that feeling of wanting to go inward. But that's what I keep on seeing, that when we're able to feel that and then push forward upon it, we're able to express or articulate why something energetically bothers us or what we can effectively do in a better way. So there's something very, I feel like there's something very profound with the energy that we're experiencing, but I keep on describing it as like the profoundness that's found in being able to articulate a frustration and being able to provide an energetic solution in the process. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy deep within divine union, it's like it's working on not projecting that on each other, but being energetically productive upon it. That's allowing a lot of deep healing occurring because they're building into that sense of stabilization. And I'm going to say this again. I'm going to keep on saying this during this eclipse cycle. We don't need to activate on every energetic cycle that we experience. If you are focusing right now on going through this eclipse cycle and just feeling even and grounded during, like throughout it, I want you to give yourself credit, because energy like this, it can feel very ungrounded. It can feel very, like, I want to describe, it's all of that retrograde energy. It can create like it's having to like work through a lot of those like annoyances or those small irritations and just not letting it affect like your overall feeling of stabilization. Now, continuing to get clarification right now between our 10 of swords in its upright and our chariot card in its upright, because we're going to talk about this right now. One card to clarify. Yeah, we've got here our star card in its upright. So the thing I want to describe, if you've been feeling extra sensitive right now in this energy, this is very, very sensitive energy. Jupiter currently is in Cancer. And when Jupiter, and I was even saying before, it was easier when Venus was in Cancer with Jupiter, because it was allowing us to have a little bit more compassion as it relates to our own feeling of vulnerability. When Jupiter is in Cancer, it can be very easy to take something energetically personally. I need to stress this. And then when we've got a lot of planets in Aries, it can create that feeling of, I want to describe it as like working through not having the typical amount of patience that one feels like one typically would bring to a circumstance or situation. A lot of the work that we're kind of called upon to do an energy like this, a continuation of the cycle in terms of identifying what it is that we're trying to do in a compassionate way. I want to describe that for a lot of these new relationships, this is kind of, I keep on seeing that this is that culmination point in being able to express or being able to identify what it means in order to do something in an exceptional fashion. And I feel like that, and this is like the new relationship path work that's starting to come together right now. And I think it's interesting too, because one of the things that we're identifying has to do with the recognition point that when we stop trying to be perfect, we allow ourselves the ability to become energetically exceptional. And I keep on seeing that the reason that we identify exceptional is the fact by which we articulate and identify what it is that we're trying to do in such a way that it helps us identify and recognize our own energetic purpose. Now, this is what I think is really beautiful for a lot of the energy in separation right now. I'm going to tell you right now, I see some energy closing out some unhealthy cycles simply by articulating upon the identification point of how much they care about themselves. And what's beautiful about that is I feel like I just keep on getting the same message for a lot of the energy in separation that says a healthy relationship doesn't feel like we need to abandon ourselves. It allows the context of being able to feel like we're energetically finding ourselves. So everything I keep on seeing right now, a lot of that energy in separation, focusing and identifying upon the manifestation goals, articulating and defining what it is they're trying to do in a better capacity. Potentially even being able, I see even now, like I see a lot of the energy in separation, potentially articulating to others, like what it, like I keep on hearing, like I feel like it's interesting. I almost see some energy in separation right now, building into the context of healthy closure. But what's beautiful about that healthy closure is they're not necessarily giving that closure to another so much as they're giving it to themselves. Because I see even now that for a lot of the energy in separation, that understanding that closure is not found outside the self, it's found within the self. This is what's allowing a lot of those, like, I feel like there's a lot of this energy that's already feeling in the vibration of being in union because they're identifying and they're taking care of themselves in the way that they would identify and recognize their ideal counterpart would be as well. And this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships that are moving deeper into divine union, I would not be surprised if there are some conversations that are happening right now as it relates to moving something, like potentially moving something into a deeper state of relationship, or being able to articulate and amplify what feels like it is energetically supportive to the self. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of those temperance relationships, that ability to articulate the release and relief and relationality to what it is that they were anticipating and being able to find that in counterpart, I feel like there's a lot of that energy that is potentially, I keep on seeing, like sharing more of their heart space with one another, because, and even potentially articulating upon the energetic fear that they carried, having to heal from relationships or circumstances where another person told them that they were healing, but then it became indicative that they were in fact waiting. This brings us to a lot of the energy moving deeper, like the energy deep within divine union right now. And there's a lot of shifting that's occurring right now. So what we're basically seeing is a lot of those temperance relationships are moving deeper into divine union. The magician partnerships are moving deep into divine union. So for a lot of those magician relationships, clarification, and for just for clarity, magician partnerships were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus was stationed direct behind Neptune. Clarification between our chariot and our Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. We have here the Eight of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, what's interesting, I keep on saying, it's like for some of those relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, I feel like it's having to navigate the volatility potentially outside of partnership. Now, why are we potentially seeing that some of those relationships are navigating energetic volatility outside of partnership? Well, you will recall that we articulated the fact that a lot of those relationships are moving with a lot of rapidity. Things are moving very, very quickly. And we even articulated that ability of being energetically protective outside of partnership, having to explain to another why there is that element of speed there. This is the energy that was articulating the difference between moving something quickly towards something out of a sense of desperation in the ability to heal or fix it versus a space of celebration. And that's why I keep on seeing that for some of these relationships, like I want to say, like they're almost potentially, and that's what I meant with like Uranus in retrograde, seeing something outside a partnership that potentially gives one pause. What's interesting about that is the energy that is working through the energetic discernment as it relates to seeing something that is positive and supportive to them, that feels like, I keep on hearing, should be anticipated and welcomed, should be with a sense of celebration. And that's why I keep on seeing that if there's some kind of modality here where they're articulating upon an energetic celebration point and another person is amplifying frustration upon it, I almost feel like there's something. Remember when I said, and we're going to talk about this here, because now, like, I'm actually getting, there's a lot of intensification that's occurring right now for some of those magician relationships. The difference, I keep on hearing the observation and the difference in recognizing what feels like it is energetically supportive and stable to healthy partnership versus something that feels like it's energetically reactive or exceptional. There's something very profound that's occurring there. Clarification between our Knight of Pentacles in its reversal and our Queen of Wands in its reversal. We've got here the Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, this is very intriguing because you'll remember and you'll recall that we spoke about it, the fact for a lot of those magician partnerships, um, there's something that's been happening in relationality to being within nourishing partnership, is what I keep on seeing. And for a lot of those relationships, it is the recognition, I keep on hearing, it is the recognition and understanding that when we head into healthy partnership, our priorities often change. They I keep wondering the mat like and this is what's interesting about it. So it's almost like what we're effectively seeing is for some of those magician partnerships, they're going through a maturation process outside of partnership. And what do we mean by them going through a maturation process outside of partnership? Because I keep on seeing when we energetically maturate, our priorities effectively shift. And so for a lot of those relationships, for the energy, like I feel like this is a lot of that energy that's already shifted in that vibration, but the ability of another to effectively see like the gift of maturation, navigating the energetic shift from a space of celebration. This is qualifying what relationships feel like they're continuing to stay within the orbit of the energy that's moving deeper into partnership versus I keep on seeing the space by which we sometimes come into a sense of shock when we articulate something that's energetically supportive to us and another person becomes energetically reactive about it. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something very significant that's happening in the context of some of those magician partnerships because it's navigating the intensity of the relationship that helps qualify and calibrate the energy outside of partnership as it relates to energy that can navigate another person's maturation. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, this is often why we talk about the fact that maturation cycles can sometimes feel like they're so energetically volatile. Because I keep on seeing when we energetically maturate and our priorities shift, that is often the space by which we energetically welcome and celebrate it. But often I keep on saying if someone is not maturating at the same time or the same process that we ourselves are, it can create, I keep on hearing, it can create a lot of that frustration as it relates to another person not experiencing something that feels like it's positive from the space of positivity, but rather taking something energetically personally. And that's why I keep on seeing right now that for some of these partnerships moving deeper into divine union, if they're going through something profound and another person's taking it personally, that could potentially lead. I keep on hearing it's like potentially it's either fortifying the relationships outside of partnership where another person feels the energetic support of something that feels stabilizing, while at the same time it's potentially working through the frustration of another person taking a profound moment and making it energetically personal. That sometimes is the amplification of why we're building into the context of allowing the space of being of I keep on seeing like that is the energy that's like working on healing from a circumstance or situation of that nature. Continuing to get clarification for the energy deep within divine union right now, clarification between our Queen of Wands and its reversal in combination with our Five of Pentacles and its reversal. We have here our Seven of Wands in its upright. And this is really important right now. We're just going to talk about this energy for a moment. We've got Seven of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with Seven of Wands in its upright. Now, what do we effectively see with the combination of a Seven of Pentacles with a Seven of Wands in its upright? This is what I mean about the disharmony, if you will, of having to navigate an eclipse cycle during a retrograde season, right? Because when we're navigating a retrograde cycle in the midst of an eclipse season, it can feel like it puts a lot of weight on our own sense of patience, right? It can build into that context of working through something that feels really energetically frustrating, right? But we keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy going through that, right? And this is what I meant in relationality to this being kind of like pathwork of perseverance. We build into our own context of patience by being able to communicate upon our passion in a way that feels like it energetically fortifies our intention. So, for a lot of the energy, doing that work, articulating and defining upon that, I keep on seeing that um, for a lot of the energy, like I like to describe it that, and this is what I meant about this being most difficult for energy deep within divine union. It's like it's having to work through potentially the frustration of others, but also being able to amplify and articulate the fact that like working towards what feels like it is energetically practical or productive. And that's one of the things that's hard with energy like this, as I keep on hearing, it's hard to be productive when there's so many things that are energetically frustrating upon the self. But that's why I see a lot of the energy that's like working in the context of channeling the frustration into things that feel like they're energetically productive. It's like I keep on seeing it's like it's a lot of like I keep on feeling like for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, finding those creative outlets or finding that ability of being able to articulate something or getting more, I keep on hearing like finding new words to articulate upon how one is feeling. Now, for the energy in separation right now, clarification with this star energy and the Eight of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Wow, yeah, there's that Death card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about it right now because and this is what I meant, and this is like what we have to be conscientious about when we're going through an eclipse with all of this energy in retrograde, right? Because it can feel like a lot of stop start is the best way I can describe it. And I want to kind of like the best way I can like it's a lot of it's clumsy energy is the best way is also another way of describing it. So it's a lot of that stop start. It's a lot of that working into the frustration of the self when something is not moving smoothly, but it's a reaffirmation of understanding that smoothness is the gift we bring to situations when we're trying to energetically work productively. So I feel like there's something really important that's occurring in those modalities. And a lot of that, I keep on hearing, a lot of that work or facilitating upon something in such a fashion is is helping, I keep on hearing, helping a lot of energy. I either see like hold compassion for themselves in separation by being able to identify what their needs are so that they can be met. Because I keep on, and this was something that was coming through a lot during those temperance cycles that we experienced, which is not letting another person confound our own manifestation goals, right? When we are not in alignment with another person, they will make our standards sound absurd, right? I keep on hearing the same thing. It's not needy to have a need. Everybody has an energetic need. A fixed point of need is an energetic standard. Neediness is only when you have a standard that constantly changes or constantly moves around. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, the ability to articulate upon what their needs are in partnership is helping them effectively find them. And so at the and for a lot of this energy right now, and this is what I meant about some unhealthy relationships closing or reaching that point of closure. I keep on seeing that this is also a lot of the energy and separation working through the fact that unhealthy relationships are often predicated upon the fact that they never give us closure because it's the understanding of another person that does not have the same standards as us that is something that we're typically or traditionally having to heal from. So that's why I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy. I think it's beautiful because I keep on hearing, even in the midst of a lot of energetic confusion, I see a lot of healthy energy that is prioritizing upon their peace. And what's beautiful about that is I keep on hearing, our energetic peace does not come at the cost of each other's, so long as we're working to be energetically protective of each other's, is what I keep on seeing. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, being able to amplify and articulate, and I keep on seeing having that like space of compassion upon it. I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy in separation, understanding, not confusing compassion with niceness, which isn't the feeling of effectively having to energetically allow for anything, but being able to articulate upon something that one feels or identifies or sees that is energetically missing. And so for a lot of the energy, I think what's beautiful about this is I feel like it's a lot of the energy, like finding the words in separation to articulate upon their own energetic frustration. Because I keep on getting, one of the ways that we are able to understand and recognize healthy partnership is healthy partnership can navigate a hard conversation. And if these are energies that were like beating themselves up because something they said created, I keep wondering, something they said created a space where another energy went away, right? This is the energy like going through the eclipse, having someone come back and saying, not being like, are you ready to continue? Someone being like, are you ready to continue the conversation? You know what I mean? Like, it's like the energy. It's the energy that almost articulates to one another and says, when we're in a healthy space, we pick it back up where we left off, that allows the ability, I keep wondering, the allows the ability to find an energetic flow state is everything I keep on seeing. So what's beautiful about that is I keep on seeing it's like, and I'm going to tell you right now, I would not be surprised if there's some energy right now in separation that is looking at something and identifying the difference between, I keep on hearing the difference between a bookmark versus a chalkboard erase moment, which is the observation and being able to understand and identify what it is that we're trying to do in a better fashion that allows us the ability to progress forward beyond a point. So everything I keep on seeing there, like I said, for some of the energy in some of the energy in separation, it's a frustration that reaffirms one's own energetic commitment to how far one has come. This brings us to a lot of the energy. I told you these temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification between our of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with our Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. There's our Page of Wands in its reversal. And this is really like, this is important here. This Page of Wands in its reversal is really important. And why is it energetically important? I'm going to tell you right now, there's some energy that is moving deeper into divine union, and they're introducing each other to their inner children, is what I keep on hearing. That's what this is. And why are we effectively seeing this right now? There is some energy. I got to describe these temperance relationships. Are working through some really deep core core wounds as it relates to working through. I keep on hearing healthy relationship is the context by which we're healing, and we're not energetically waiting for something, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on seeing that for some of these relationships coming into union right now, they are healing from, I keep on hearing, disembodied manifestations. And what is a disembodied manifestation? This is how we hurt each other with a disembodied manifestation. A disembodied manifestation is when we articulate upon the fact that we're energetically healing. We're healing, which is saying we're going in one direction. But then in the moment or the modality which something comes back, another person moves in the opposite direction, is what I keep on seeing. Remember when I told you that a lot of these relationships, they have really good direction sense. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about that journey, the ability to articulate to one another in a deeper fashion. It's the observation or the ability to be able to communicate upon something that is allowing the energetic arrival into a deeper space of relationship. And that's why I keep on seeing that these are the energies that are coming together right now. And what are they doing at this time? They're sharing and they're coming to know one another by being able to articulate and amplify more about those energetic wounds that they're carrying, potentially talking more, coming more into that space of revealing to one another, like just like I keep on hearing both their anxiety upon what they were worried was going to happen, also what they've experienced in the past that built that energetic anxiety within them in the first place. And so what's beautiful about that is for a lot of the energy, like the ability, I keep on hearing like the ability to work through the anxiety of a fear and not taking it personally, but taking it profoundly. There's a lot of that energy that's deepening their energetic connection, specifically and particularly because they're able, I keep on hearing, they're giving each other the confidence in being able to understand both why, I keep on hearing, both who, like the impact of meeting, I keep on hearing they're exceptional, they're exceptional in each other's experience in the space by which they've never met anyone that is like that to one another, like seeing somebody who is able to be energetically true in terms of what they are articulating their own energetic desire to be, while simultaneously being able to talk deeper about the wounds that may have created that feeling of uncertainty as it relates to the disembodied manifestations that caused those harms in the first place. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Wands in its upright. And this is what I'm telling you right now. This is the vibe of this retrograde cycle. This is why this retrograde eclipse cycle can feel so like there's so much disparateness in it, because I want to describe it as like we were going through, before we entered the retrograde, the eclipse, we were already feeling like there was a lot of that intensification as it relates to working through frustration. And this is why I was saying that it's so important to make sure that you are entering this eclipse cycle from a space of grounding, because it can create, I keep on seeing like it creates a lot of that ability and being able to articulate and define in terms of what one is trying to do in a greater capacity. But I keep on seeing it's also creating that space of working through others. I keep on hearing working through others that aren't going through the retrograde as easily, or working through others like energetic frustrations. Clarification, please. Yeah, here's that Four of Wands in its upright. And the thing with the Four of Wands in its upright, do you see this? It's all about what it takes for something to be smooth, is what I keep on seeing. Like what it takes, what it takes. And we're going to talk about this right now, because this is the thing. Um and it's a continuation on working through the warrior lessons that we're going through in Aries cycles. And the thing you have to understand and recognize in that kind of capacity is, and I like to describe this, you know, not confusing kindness for weakness is the amplification of understanding why something is important and what its energetic implications are. And so that's what I keep on seeing that's happening to a certain extent in some of these energetic cycles. It's working through something, but in such a fashion that one is able to amplify and articulate upon the energetic meaning of it. And so something that we're seeing that's happening there, I keep on identifying, it's like I feel like there's something really significant that I see is happening in relationality to this energetic cycle that has to do specifically with being able to, I keep on seeing, like, articulate upon an energetic standard and being able to express why it is so important to the self. Now, what's beautiful about that for the energy, and remember how I said that there is some energy of resolution that's happening in this eclipse slash retrograde cycle. You'll recall that I mentioned that for the eclipse slash retrograde cycle, the ability to predicate, like the ability to heal upon something in this energy, is the ability to understand that when we bring over emotions to something that isn't energetically important, it has a profound impact on the energy surrounding circumstances or situations. That's the type of work that I'm seeing that's happening during these eclipse cycles. It's working through the implications of strong emotions. And that's why, like I keep on hearing, we don't throw our emotions around. Like we don't throw our emotions around like weapons, because I keep on seeing, and that's why I also hear like the space by which the understanding of an apology often doesn't fix something, because I keep on seeing that when we're energetically over emotional on things that are not energetically important, it can often be indicative of the fact that we're too much in our own energetic egoic space, right? Which is thinking too much in the context of the self. Now, at the same time, we can have a lot of emotions, and we have a lot of emotions. Often they can also articulate on spaces that we feel are energetically empathic or energetically compassionate, right? The ability to define and recognize something that we feel a lot of emotions upon because the implications of it are something that feel like they're necessary and energetically fundamental. And so I feel like what's interesting for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I would not be surprised if the energy is articulating upon the difference, like the difference upon where it is okay and not okay to bring a lot of emotions, is what I keep on seeing. It's like the identification point on the location on where it is and is not appropriate to have a lot of emotions, which is the space by which I see it's like working through the nuance of the emotions that feel like they energetically fortify versus the emotions that feel like they confound, right? And this is what, and that's the type of stuff that I see is happening right now deep within divine union. And I keep on seeing, it's like, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because I almost feel like it's like energy trying to help one another as it relates to moving the emotions into a space that feel like they're energetically productive. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that is in separation. And that's what I mean right now. And I told you I'm going to tell you right now, I see some energy right now in separation that is healing from trauma. And that's some big stuff. When we heal from trauma, I need to stress this. Sometimes when we're healing from trauma, the first thing we experience is anger. Okay? Like the first thing we experience is anger, is what I keep on seeing. So, clarification between our death card in its reversal in combination with our page of wands in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? There's that strength card. I'm not surprised to see it here, because I feel like there's something important that's happening in this eclipse cycle, this retrograde eclipse cycle, which is the ability to see what was energetically missing. When we start to heal, often, and I need to point this out, and this is what's so problematic about healing. Often, when we're not in a healed space, we're experiencing something that is not working, and we say to ourselves, "What do I need to do to effectively change this so that it gets energetically better?" And then we sometimes go through those crash out moments where we're like, we have these like fracturing points where we go, "Nothing I do is going to energetically fix this." And it's only after we move through an energetic healing journey that the understanding comes that you can't fix something if another energy doesn't want to energetically fix it. And often the vibration by which something doesn't feel like it's working, but we're pouring more and more energetic effort into it, saying, maybe if I give it a bit more, it'll just fix. The observation of being able to energetically step back and observe what feels like it is moving. Like this is what we mean by alignment. Often the healing journey is frustrating because it's the observation of what is moving in alignment with what it is we ourselves are trying to do versus something that we have to heal in relationality to something that is best energetically avoided. And that can create a lot of that can create a lot of frustration in us. That can create a lot of feelings. And so I told you, even within a lot of this retrograde cycle, and this is what we meant in relationality to the difference between having, and this is why sometimes, this is when we talk about a good healing journey, is sometimes the work is internal, right? Sometimes we look back when we're on our healing journey and being like, whoa, I brought like way too many too much emotion to that. That is something that we take energetic accountability to, right? The ability to identify and recognize, like that's how we energetically heal something. Sometimes on our healing journey, we try to move away from something expecting the fact that the emotions that we'll have upon something resolve, but lo and behold, they don't resolve. We don't get we don't get resolution on them. We get further energetic clarity, right? We get clarification on why it was so important. And so that's what I see is happening right now with a lot of the energy in separation. And I like this because I can see the energy that is working through the pathwork of accountability, where they're effectively looking at situations and saying that the desire to be in a healthy relationship, you're never required to be perfect. I'm going to say that again. In a healthy relationship, one is never required to be perfect. But often, when we're in an unhealthy relationship, we will depart from an unhealthy relationship feeling energetically devastated, only to feeling because we were not perfect, we could not remain within it, only to recognize after the fact that the situation of being within a context where another person was demanding an impossible level of perfection was what needed to be energetically healed from. So that's why we keep on seeing for a lot of the energy right now, there's some straight up alignment. There's straight up alignment that is potentially happening right now with this eclipse slash retrograde process. But a little bit of it is like, some of it is like, I keep on seeing some of this is like working through the energetic fury that fortifies a direction. It's working through the understanding and recognition on being able to experience and have a conversation in that way. And I feel like what's interesting about that is for a lot of that energy in separation, I keep on hearing the ability to have a hard conversation is often one of the greatest qualities of a healthy relationship. So everything I keep on seeing there, there's like I keep on getting like a lot of those circumstances or a lot of those situations, being able to identify and articulate the energetic meaning upon something. I keep on seeing that this is the energy that builds clarity into it, but the clarity that they're effectively building into it is being able to. I keep on seeing like, and I'll like, I feel like it's interesting because I almost see a situation where energy, like potentially from the past, was expecting to come back towards someone. And I keep on hearing I keep on hearing like it's not the relationship of desperation where someone throws themselves into another's arms and says, I'm so glad to see you, but more of the energy of the intensification that says, you've got a lot of energetic audacity. You got a lot of like, are you ready to energetically face something? Are you ready to navigate through it? Because I keep on seeing that that's the energy that articulates upon what feels like it's energetically fortifying, right? The conversation the conversation that allows us to build into the context of recognizing whether another person's standards meet our own. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, this may be a frustrating time, but it's the frustration that's healing because it's being able to articulate upon why you're frustrated, that you're able to feel energetically fortified. And for a lot of the energy right now, continuing to move deeper into divine union, these are those temperance relationships we've been discussing. Clarification between our Page of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Four of Wands in its upright. We have here the Fool card. Wow, these are some intense cards that we're seeing right now. For a lot of the energy coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that there's something very, I want to describe this as, I just keep on feeling like there's some energy here, like breathing a sigh of relief. I keep on getting that for a lot of this energy that's moving deeper into divine union. Um, there's some, I keep wondering, there's something really significant in relationality of articulating upon something. And I keep on hearing they feel the energetic sureness of one another. And why do they feel that energetic sureness? Because if these are experiences, and remember how I said a lot of this retrograde energy, bringing things from the past back, either spiritually, tangibly, energetically. And for, I keep on saying that for a lot of these energies that are working through that, it's, I keep on hearing like the energy that says to one another they're good to their word. And the reason they're saying to each other they're good to their word is because this isn't just the energy that was articulating upon something that they're energetically healing from. But I wouldn't be surprised if even in the context of these energies coming together, right, the retrograde brought something back from the past into the present, but it did not affect the energetic direction of the relationship. It did not confound it, because I keep on hearing, remember what I said, these are the partnerships that have good direction sense. They aren't the energy, I keep on hearing, these are not the energies that articulate upon the fact that they're healing upon something, but are in fact waiting. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships, working through the context of the relief and release of that, but also being able to share with one another further, even potentially articulating upon the anxieties that they had prior to coming into this moment together. I would not be, I feel like I see a lot of energy right now building upon or articulating upon what those plans are. And there's a, I feel like I keep on, the one word that keeps on coming through in a lot of those relationships is the word steadfast, because this is the energy that's like understanding, like, and that's what I remember when I said that the relationships coming together during this retrograde period are I keep on hearing they're so fundamental or they're so strong, because I keep on seeing the reason that they're energetically steadfast is they're not letting the retrograde itself impact the energetic direction that they find themselves moving towards as it relates to healthy partnership. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And that's what I meant about qualitatively, this energy being most potentially frustrating for the energy that is deep within divine union. Because for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, I'm just going to say the same thing I've been saying. This type of energy is frustrating but fortifying. But for energy that's deep within divine union, that's already very fortified, it can just feel more on the frustrating side. And I keep on getting that one thing that's very important that's happening in relationality to working through the emotions. And I keep on hearing strong emotions are fortified by being able to articulate upon why we have them. Okay. This is why we don't talk, like we've talked a lot, and this is a continuation of what we were talking about as it relates to what it means when we say that we're honoring our feelings. Honoring our feelings does not mean that we have to honor every single thing we feel. Sometimes we feel silly things. Healing is a good majority of navigating what parts of the self are silly, something that is best to be worked through, something that is best to be worked on internally, versus something that is important, that we identify and recognize is something that we need to bring attention towards. Now, what's interesting about this right now, and this is why we talk about this here, for masculine and feminine right now, this work is very different, because we've got out here, I just want to show you, and I want to show you what it feels like for both masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. For masculine energy right now, I feel like this is more working through the context of patience. That's what we're effectively identifying in relationality to that strength card. It's working through the perseverance of the self, the gift of strength that is often found by being our most vulnerable aspect of the self. It's not easy, is what I keep on seeing. And for a lot, I keep on seeing for a lot of the masculine energy, I feel like I keep on feeling like for a lot of the masculine energy, um, it's working through a vulnerability. It's like masculine energy is working through the path work of understanding that you can't force vulnerability, right? And I keep on seeing that the understanding that vulnerability is the energetic gift that is in alignment to building into trust. I feel like there's something really beautiful about masculine energy that's potentially on that healing journey right now, that's almost looking through the process of vulnerability almost in the context of their own unfolding, if it were, right? There's a lot of the masculine that's potentially reprioritizing the unfolding of the self as the identification point of strength, because it's the articulation of how difficult it is to feel energetically vulnerable that can attenuate upon how energetically strong we are. At the same time, I can see a lot of the masculine energy working through the context of not feeling the environment around them that offers that ability. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, the ability to build into relationship where we feel like we are able to be our most vulnerable self becomes the energetic gift. For feminine right now, I see that for a lot of the feminine energy, this is having to push against hermit mode right now. Remember how I kept on saying that the Hermit card was coming out a lot? And we even saw last week, we had that High Priestess in its reversal, which is work. I keep wondering, like working through something to a certain extent. And I keep on getting not diminishing one's own energetic feelings, finding the words to put meaning towards something. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy right now, it's potentially requiring, like, this is the type of retrograde that's almost requiring the feminine to step out of their comfort zone. But I keep on hearing, it's like I keep on hearing um stepping out of our comfort zone is not about making something about ourselves so much as it is potentially putting I keep on hearing, like, putting our best foot forward or trying to do something in a way that allows something to be better or allowing something to be easier. So everything I keep on seeing for a lot of that energy is like almost working in the context of trying to do something in a better fashion. But everything I keep on seeing that's happening in that vibration, it's like I keep on seeing it's like a lot of the feminine energy working into the context of trying to clarify or articulate upon something that allows the arrival into something that feels like it is better or greater. So I feel like, and this is what we see with a lot of the energy deep within divine union, just putting these cards together, like, I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, it's like I keep on feeling like it's the energy deep within divine union that's working to identify supportive systems or building into that context, as it were. Final card for today's reading between our strength card and our fool card in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got here the Page of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, the thing we want to identify in relationality to this type of energy, and that's what I meant. I'm going to continue to say the same thing that I was saying prior to us entering this eclipse cycle, which is not allowing the context of taking something personally, but allowing the ability of identifying and recognizing what one is trying to do in a greater capacity. Because I keep on seeing that, and this is like, and I feel like there's something really significant in relationality to the work that we identify that's occurring during this eclipse cycle. I keep on getting, it's the conversation it's a conversation upon doing something in such a way that allows the ability to like I keep on hearing, like, the gift that we give each other in showing up as our best selves is one that is like continually one that we're characterizing upon the arrival, that is the gift that we bring to situations and circumstances. Now, one of the things that I'm seeing that's happening or potentially shifting profoundly right now for some of the energy in separation is um, when we are in a state of energetic insecurity, we take others' energetic opinions of us personally, is what I keep on seeing. And what's interesting about that, that's what I meant about some of this energy in separation healing in some kind of like massive capacity. Because if these are relationships where, again, another person was trying to be overly demanding, and it's continuation of like the understanding that healthy partnership, we never put potential on the person in the partnership, we put it on the direction of the relationship, right? We never pin our manifestation goals on another, we pin them on the partnership, which is why often we can create those modalities or moments where we articulate our disappointment in another, can feel so energetically devastating in relationship, because it's, again, it's a little bit of that energy I'm seeing in separation that's coming through in a point of clarity that says, like, and again, it's a continuation that when someone says, I'm disappointed in you, the thing we shouldn't do is move him immediately into apology, but ask the logical question, which was, well, what were you expecting? It's the expectation that we have to navigate. It's the understanding that we don't look towards each other for that space of deliverance. We deliver ourselves via the healthy partnership. So that's why I keep on seeing right now. Remember when I said that some of this energy coming out of this retrograde, like going through the process of a rude awakening, the reason I keep on calling it a rude awakening is that it is impolite, it is energetically impolite to build into partnership with the expectation that another person will change. Never are we so astray than to build into a relationship with the expectation that another person must change in order to facilitate the connection being healthy. Right? Like that is literally saying that the relationship is conducive on another person changing rather than the relationship itself changing. Because when we're in a space of mutual love and acceptance, then we build towards our best version of self, but we don't make it conditional on the ability of moving into partnership. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's some energy right now in separation that is coming into some healthy closure with relationships or situations that we're pinning too many expectations, not on the clarity of the direction of the relationship where they should go, but on the person within it, which can often be indicative of what? Another person's energetic insecurity as it relates to how others perceive partnership. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of those energies right now in separation, seeing something that is potentially frustrating, but reaffirming to one's own commitment of what it is that one is trying to heal. It's a reaffirmation of the understanding that in healthy relationship, we are not demanding to each other. We effectively arrive to one another. So for a lot of those relationships, I see that there's, again, this is the energy that is moving forward and feeling frustrated but energetically restored because they understand what it is that they're seeking in partnership. For a lot of these temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, a lot of this energy that we're seeing is potentially articulating to each other what those doubts and fears were. Because it's a lot of, like, I keep on hearing, like, working through a lot of the trauma of potentially, I keep on hearing like the desire of wanting to share something with one another, but I keep on hearing, having the uncertainty, having the fear that someone articulating that they were healing only for something from the past to come back and finding out that they were in fact waiting. This is a lot of the energy that is articulating to each other how much they mean to each other because they can see the authenticity as it relates to how they articulate, they move, and also how they do so. While for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, and these are some of those magician partnerships that are moving into divine union, there's something really important that's happening in terms of recognizing the temperature that's energetically changing outside of partnership. Because if these are relationships where they're articulating about the fact that there's something really profound and restorative that's happening for them in partnership right now, that ability of seeing like the easement, right? I told you that the healthy static that is immediately energetically resolved when another person is able to articulate upon the difference between the past and the present, that is allowing for that sense of I keep on hearing, allowing for that sense of restoration versus potentially experiencing some kind of rigor or unnecessity, like the static that doesn't seem to dissolve in the midst of articulating something that is energetically positive. I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy in that modality, there's something interesting because I feel like there's the relationship itself. It's like I told you, remember how we said that those magician partnerships were coming together because of the clarity by which they could be seen that allows them to see things with more clarity. It's almost like that clarity of self is extending outside of relationship as it relates to what feels like it's nourishing to seeing someone in a healthy partnership versus energy that is not necessarily maturing at the same rate as the relationship. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Page of Swords in its reversal. One of the things I want to articulate about this type of energy right now is I got to tell you, it's a lot of stop start. It's a lot of stop start. Okay, I was saying before we entered this retrograde, this eclipse cycle, this is the retrograde of minor inconveniences. It's like a bunch of little things that feel like they're energetically unnecessary that just get under your skin. Please, don't be taking things personally right now during a retrograde and an eclipse cycle. You will thank me, okay? Because it's a lot of working through the fact that we've got Mercury in Virgo right now. We've also got a lot of heavy Virgo energy because we're in Virgo season. The ability to have a lot of like micro inconveniences happening and the desire to really want to over internalize them and take them personally has never been stronger. I'm going to say the same thing that we need to, like, that was happening when we had Mercury in retrograde during this retrograde cycle. Have you tried putting a little compassion on it? Compassion doesn't mean niceness. If something's not okay, communicate. Compassion means communicating upon why you're passionate about something. Make sure that you are communicating through it, not reacting to it, to help resolve and absolve things as we continue through this eclipse season. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who participated in our recent tarot class on the Tower card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, wait, not Wednesday. I'm doing it Thursday. Thursday is not on Wednesday. I was going to say it's not on Wednesday this month. It typically is on Wednesday. It's going to be on Thursday this month. Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a study on the star card. If you would like to become part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. A paid monthly subscriber will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. You'll also have access to our next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 17 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to focus on in these classes was making them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my mystic meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly. I just released one recently on navigating through this very intense full moon cycle that we're currently experiencing. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking I am also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key messages coming through in your dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. And Julia, you came in second, so you will also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 7th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here, for anyone interested in getting on the list, life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretation readings, guided messages, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 7th person read for. We are also at 22.4K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So I wish you a lot of luck. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, Hannah. I'm very proud of you too. And Shandi, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. And Bridget, thank you so much for those gifts. Susan, thank you for subscribing. What's with the tapping? I see all kinds of emojis. I know, I see them too. I don't know what's going on with them, but they're really cute. Yeah, they changed last week. We don't know why. Spot on for me in separation. Sending you support, Hannah. Amazing. I love a good mystery. This message is amazing. You're so welcome, Coop. Stephanie, I had a fantastic first date last night. He's also an Aquarius, but I have a good feeling. I mean, yeah, I've got a good feeling Aquarius can be a nice thing. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Mary. In my let it go energy. Sending you support, Ari. Koopa, thank you for the follow. Ari, very chaotic. Working through it one day at a time. Best to navigate it right now, Ari. And thank you, Gabrielle, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Minnie. Good to see you today, Blue Virgo. The separation from others and healing has been so great. So glad to hear that and continue to do that work. Gabrielle, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, as is yours. And Theo. Grand Rising, Minnie. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I was in there too, totally fell asleep. The sound of when the sticker gets placed is so satisfying. What's the sound of it? Oh, she makes it look so easy. It's not. Oh, is it like a sticker person? I understand now. I'm like, what? Grand Rising, Elisa. She does it so fast too. I feel like $1,000,000 today. I walked through that full moon portal. I'm so glad to hear that, Elisa. Energetic flow state, tap to claim. Grand Rising, Nikki. Thank you. I've been going through it, sending and receiving hugs, sending you support, Elisa. And thank you as well. Man, can people just like not, because trauma, that would be nice. We're working on it, Nikki, one step at a time. Slip and slide. It is kind of like slip and slide energy. I don't know, man. It's, I mean, like, I don't know if it's slip and slide so much as like grinding gears. Just stop. It's a new chance. How you doing, Watcha? It's interesting, the thought experiment, to think if I've caused anyone trauma, which we won't get wrong. Nice versus kind. Kind is for those who deserve. Sending you support. Can someone remind me what is the sub reading donation? Yeah, Minnie, it's 23, dear. Thank you for the help. Grand Rising, Fig, good to see you. And Theo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I have no energy today. I feel like my battery's been drained. My dreams last night were of my sons and facing old fears. Sending you so much support, Fig. Make sure that you're prioritizing rest and care for the self right now if you're feeling like that. Stella, I'm happy to add you to the list. Anyone who's on the hold list, I just need to confirm that you need to be placed back on it. So I'm happy to add you back, dear. Okay, I've got you back on after the hold. Thank you for confirming that you're here. One moment. And again, if there's anybody else who's on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, please let me know sooner rather than later so I can secure your spot. We've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. Not the gym. Oh, Lord, that sounds draining. She'll tell you no. Yes, absolutely. Hi, Oracle Erica. Welcome. It was weird, but I faced them. I would love to be on the list. Hold if I can. Absolutely. I'll add you back right now, dear. 1 second. Yep, I got you here. You were the highest gifter from Friday. Let me just add you back to the list. 1 second. Okay, if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. Sunk cost fallacy really takes over. I like to point this out. When we're working with purpose, there is no sunk cost. If that helps perception. You know, I need to stress this. If you're feeling like that in this energy, I want you to write down, right? When we're working for purpose, there is no sunk cost. Yep. And thank you. Authenticity, tap to claim watch. Thank you as well, perception. The audacity. Shall we name that the capital of the USA? Which one are we talking about, Watcha? And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Sometimes we do feel silly things. It's okay. Like, listen, it's okay to feel silly things. Like, that's what it means to be a person. Wow, this reading is so spot on to my current situation. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Gabrielle. Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'm watching the salt of the earth and the light and the chosen. Oh, what a beautiful way of saying that, Watcha. God's instructions. And heads up, Betty, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I do my best to explain it, Lori. I'm glad if it's helping, dear. The Virgo season, I know. I mean, the thing is, this type of energy during Virgo season is not energetically ideal. It's the desire to over-internalize things. And it's not, here's the thing, Virgo energy is beautiful. But like, it's like, if you're like in the Virgo right now on the hunt for immaculate vibes, this is why I said this can be rough for those with like Virgo placements going through this in their season, because it's like, it's working through a lot of energetic frustration. It's too much refinement. You got it. Absolutely. I don't necessarily think that the truth hurts, Watcha. I think that we have to understand that truth, we navigate truth with compassion is the best way to describe it. Hugs right back to you, Wushu. We're going to help each other through it. Thank you. You're so welcome, perception. Bren, the best, someone who puts an emphasis on directionality within the partnership is not changing another. Yeah, that's effectively, like, again, and I keep on hearing the over concentration of I wouldn't be surprised if there's energy right now that is coming into fundamental separation with someone that's overly fixated on another. Because I keep on hearing when we're too energetically focused on another person, like on, I keep on hearing on the self rather on the direction of the relationship, it's not healthy, is what I keep on saying, right? Like I keep on hearing like this is the difference between direction and fixation. Yes, you're so welcome, Shush. And thank you as well for the gifts, Bridget. You're so welcome, Perception. I got you on the list, Oracle Erica. Hold on a minute. Boop, boop, boop. I just lost my spot. Give me a minute. Can we hold? Yeah, you can absolutely hold the additional card, Julie. I don't typically hold the extra cards, but if you're not going to be here for the one cards, I'm happy to hold it. Okay. Is there a video of a tour of my rings? I don't really know if they need a tour. I don't know what to do with a tour of rings. These are my rings. Like, you know what I mean? How are you doing today, Toddy? Welcome, Annie. I second this request. Oh, a tattoo vid, please. I feel weird showing people my this is my body. Thank you as well. Perception, thank you for sharing the live. Beep, separation and healing. This resonated. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Mango, thank you for the follow. Beep, I didn't even realize I did a release yesterday during the full moon. Oh, it was like one of those. You're like, whoops, what'd I do? Am I first or last? You're not either, Stella. I got you right in the middle. Your number, I got you number 7 right now. I did a burning ceremony last night with the full moon. Oh, that's beautiful, Elisa. That sounds amazing. Thank you as well, Perception. Virgo sun here. I know. How you doing, Minnie? How are my Virgo babies with this energy right now? Direction, not stagnation due to insecurity and ego. My dad and my brother were both Virgos. I miss them so much. Sending you so much support, True. You're so welcome, Stella. As I mentioned, friends, we're going to get started on today's daily, on the personal readings right now. I've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps. Pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person we are reading for today is going to be Per. I believe we're doing a dream interpretation. While we wait to confirm, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And yes, we've got it up on the disco. Hold on a minute. Guys, I'm going to pin up Per here. Make sure to give Per some love. And let me just pull up their question, their dream. Just a reminder, friends, if you have a dream that you would like me to interpret, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Let me just pull up. Please hold. There it is. Perfect. All right, I've got Per here. And outside tea, which is our favorite type of tea. Okay. Okay. It's going to be a little, you got 2 dreams in here. So I'm going to have to go, like, given the fact that we've got 2, I'm going to have to see if I'm going to have to breeze through them quickly if we're doing one reading on both dreams. All right. Let me just read this over. First dream. I was in a house with 3 floors with the following layout. First floor, recent ex-partner in a working space or office. Second floor, my cat. Third floor, a space appointed to model trains. Events. First, doorbell rings. 2 young girls say, "We followed your advice and had our aunt send the boxes to the men. You were right." Second, my ex is working on the first floor. I go up to the second to see my cat playing with a kitten. I continue my way to the third floor where I'm busy with the railway of the model trains. While playing with the trains, I get a phone call from internal control, IC, a department at my work. A male voice says that one of the files I was working on is disapproved and will be sent back to me for corrections. I want to know the name of this man, but he refuses to give it, and I get frustrated because my work is usually flawless. This phone call gives me a very uneasy feeling. 3, I go back to the first floor to tell my ex-partner about it. Before I can say anything, he starts talking about another matter and shows me an open newspaper with a large picture or silhouette of a fox. Across the fox, one word was written repeatedly. I could read it at the time, but I can't remember it now. FG or GE or FEG. I asked him how he knew what I was working on. Second dream, I was paying at the supermarket for my groceries, and I was the cashier. I asked if aliens were coming today, and the answer was yes, very cautiously, because the supermarket manager was watching us. When I got home, a friend said she would cook. Well, I actually just wanted to order food. However, she had forgotten one ingredient, so I had to go back to the grocery store. As I walked out through the front door, I saw my kitten outside. Impossible, I thought, since she had been inside. I brought her back in and walked through the house towards the stairs. Someone's had demolished the third floor, which was made of glass, and torn out the roof terrace floor. Gladly, the space was empty. I remember being really upset about this since I felt vulnerable with the aliens about to come. Back downstairs, my ex-partner was there again, trying to comfort me. All right. Can I please get, yep, 5 cards. Yep. Hold on. Yep. Thank you. Okay. What do we got here? Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, it's interesting too, because the dreams themselves are working through their guide dreams, showing you the distance that you've come in relationality to your healing journey. And I know that there's a lot to be navigated in the space by which you presented 2 dreams. But now that I've seen the fact, that I understand why you had to give me both these dreams, because it's really showing the difference between how you used to perceive things versus how you perceive things now. The big significant factor, like the vector by which we understand and navigate change that may be occurring for you right now, has to do with decompartmentalizing things, is what we keep on seeing. Because the big difference in relationality to the architecture of the dreams has to be how compartmentalized everything is in the first dream. Why are we seeing that first dream is compartmentalized? Because you talked very clearly. You gave a floor plan. You didn't give a dream, you gave a floor plan. You're like, this is how it's going to go. Okay. You said first floor, ex-partner, working space, boom. This is where I keep things in relationality to relationship. Second floor, cat. Cats are often indicative of our shadow self, right? The things that we keep within ourselves, right? Third, a space appointed to model trains, what it is that you're working to create, okay? So this is potentially talking about a comparison between the past and the present. In the past, you were prioritizing compartmentalization. I would not be surprised if that was kind of the vibration that you had prior to Pluto moving into Aquarius, because we saw that when like there was a lot of that work that we've been seeing that's been happening ever since a lot of that happened. Now, one of the things that we're effectively identifying has to do with the fact of what were some of the issues that you may have been experiencing when you were prioritizing compartmentalization. And you said the first experience that you had when everything was compartmentalized, you said the doorbell rang And you said two girls came up and said, we followed your advice and had our aunt send the boxes to the men. You were right. Right? Now, that is incredibly ubiquitous. That is incredibly ubiquitous. So it's working through the fact that when you are compartmentalizing, it makes everything have to be way more complicated, because you can't just have an open conversation, right? You have to suss something out. You have to, like, you can't just talk about something with another person. You have to be like, okay, so this is what you're going to do to figure out if someone is being energetically authentic, right? So even in the context, by the fact that even in the dream space, you had these two girls that came up to you and were like, we followed your advice. We had our aunt send the boxes to the men, right? You were right, right? So it's like them trying to circumnavigate to get some kind of validation on something via the removal of the self from the process, right? So this could be talking about having to work through experiences where you are not necessarily like work into the context of just trying to build resolution, but trying to affirm something, that trying to get validation or affirmation on something that you believe to be true, or something you believe that you knew. You then talked about the fact that you had a dream of the fact that your ex was working on the first floor, which is good. That's where they're supposed to be. When you're compartmentalizing, right? The ex is on the first floor. Okay. And then you said you went up to the second floor to see where you see the cat was playing with the kitten. All right. And then you continued your way to the third floor where you were busy with those model trains. You said while you were playing with the trains, you got a call from this, what we were seeing as IC, internal control, a department at my work. But that wasn't work, right? Because we're in the dream space and you're occupying the mansion of the self. So this is probably from your internal self or one of your guides. You said a male voice says that one of the files on what you were working on was disapproved and sent back to you for corrections. I want to know the name of this man, but they refused to give it, right? And then you said you got frustrated because your work is usually flawless. The phone call gives you an uneasy feeling. So this is potentially working through what predicated the change in your way of navigating circumstances or situations, which has to do, and I think what's interesting about it is in both contexts of the dream space, it talks about the difficulty or the anxiety of what occurs when we are building too much in the space of compartmentalizing things, which is the problem that when we compartmentalize, what do we effectively miss? Vital information, right? When things are compartmentalized, we often miss vital information, because what does compartmentalization indicate? An over need to control things, which is why you got a call from internal control saying we've got a little bit of an issue, okay? Because it's working through the context of understanding what is the aspiration, or what is the energetic desire, right? Like what it is that, like where is that need for energetic control coming from, or where is it energetically stemming from? But that's why it's very interesting that you indicated the fact that when the phone call came, you heard a masculine voice, right? Because it's almost articulating upon the fact that potentially some of the feelings that you may have in relationality to control that you were working to heal from had to do with an unhealed relationship to masculine energy, or the feeling of having to be perfect for masculine energy. This brings us into the second dream. And what do we see there? We see a more holistic approach to your own thinking. We no longer see the floors, right? The floors are all gone. Instead, you're at a supermarket, okay? And I'm there. Hi, how are you doing? So now it's going to get really meta for a second. And one of the things that we see that is potentially happening right now is in the context of, and I need to point this out, the difference that we see in the context of the supermarket versus the space of the compartmentalization is the seeking of outside approval on things. Now, what did we notice in the first stream? You were getting all of these ubiquitous calls. You didn't really know what the validation point was. They were just telling you if you were wrong and you had to fix it. What we're seeing here is in this the energy of the supermarket. The supermarket is somewhere you go to get what? Energetic nourishment. You go there to find the things you need, right? In order to be able to sustain the self. And that's why what was interesting about that is you asked me to confirm something that you were energetically anticipating, right? So you're learning to energetically trust your instincts. And even in the context of me saying in the dream space, giving you an affirmation cautiously, right? It's something that allows you, I keep on saying it's a space by which we can have a conversation. So this could be more of the space where you're learning to communicate with more clarity to others and those around you, right? Being able to have the conversation to get the answers that you energetically need, instead of, like I said, like all of that ubiquity that we saw that was happening in the space by which you were compartmentalizing things. You then said when you got home, you said a friend would cook, and you said you actually wanted to order food. You said she had forgotten one ingredient, so you had to go back to the grocery store. And you said as you walked through the front door, you saw your cat outside, and you thought she's supposed to be inside. I brought her back in and walked through the house through the stairs. So we see even now what is effectively happening in the space of the second dream. There's a dissolving of the need to compartmentalize, right? Again, and like I need to stress, did you see how like everything was rigidly in certain spaces in the first stream and on the first floor? Here, you've just got a single story, your friends inside, no need to like kind of worry to compartmentalize. If your cat comes out, so if something like very intimate about yourself comes out, it's no big deal. You go, what are you supposed to be doing here? You bring them back inside, right? It's the observation of working through something. And again, not having to go through all of that complexity, but just operating more in the state of transparency that allows more of a quickness in relationality to just having a need and then getting what you need in relationality of what another person articulates that they need. You said someone had demolished the third floor. Now, what was the third floor in the context of the first dream? You said it was the space appointed for model trains, right? And so this is effectively, and I need to point this out, one of the things that we talk about in the space of dreams is understanding that often conveyor belts or anything that moves us is indicative of how we approach relationships. So when you had a third floor for model trains, this could have been the space by which you were identifying and holding an ideal as it relates to what a good relationship looks like or how it has to be, the model train. When we're building into the uniqueness of relationship and we're not necessarily worrying about what others have to say about it, you're effectively demolishing the third floor, which is the space by which you're not worried about perfecting the train before you show it to another. You're just allowing something to happen more organically. And it's important that you notated that in the context of the second dream, the third floor was made of glass, which is the space by which, again, you were worried about how others saw the train. You were worried about how others potentially saw the relationship rather than working on what it felt like to exist within it. And you said you had torn it out. And what were you building instead of having that third floor for the model trains? It's beautiful. You said you tore it out for a roof terrace floor, right? An open air environment. And that's, you said, gladly the space was empty. And you said you remember feeling very upset about this since you felt vulnerable with the aliens about to come. But I need to express this, and I think that's important in relationality to the articulation of aliens, because aliens don't necessarily, I know when you hear the word aliens in this, you're thinking about little green men, but I want you to think instead, aliens indicate something that we have not experienced before, right? It's the understanding of something that defies our explanation or understanding. So that's why we keep on seeing, like, even in the space by which you are articulating the fact that you were feeling the anxiety or the vulnerability because you said something unknown was about to come. It's also understanding that the way we effectively predicate for something unknown to arrive is when we create a space by which it can. So it's working through the context of having to navigate the vulnerability that allows us to experience something new, but can often make us feel energetically unstable in the process. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the two of, especially with, this is even better. That's even better that that happened. We've got the two of swords with the four of wands, right? If you want something new, you have to be prepared to be uncomfortable, right? The ability, it's interesting too, because I think that what's beautiful about that to a certain extent with the space of the dream is that the aliens, I think, to a certain extent in the second dream had already arrived, right? There were all, you went back and all of you said your friend was needing to cook and you said you had to go get something for them. It's the strangeness or the newness that was the energetic arrival point. So even in the context by which, again, you weren't, even in the space by which you saw me and I was affirming something to you, it was the observation that was already energetically happening because the context by which you came home and you recognized that everything was changing and being I feel like it's like the space by which the guides are almost saying, like, the anxiety you may feel as things change is not something difficult, but it's part and parcel for how we navigate change, right? Potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if you're doing some work in terms of trying to move anxiety into excitement or being able to work towards the manifestation goals because and I keep on seeing, like, what they're really saying in the second dream is you have to be patient as you're going through a transitional space, right? Because even in the space by which you said that your friend was preparing for food, and the way that we help each other create something is by telling each other what the manifestation goal is, because then we're able to facilitate getting each other what we need. Same thing of the fact that it's okay that your third floor was going away because you knew that there was a roof terrace that was going to replace it. That's the difficulty when we live compartmentalized lives, if we're too afraid to tell each other what we dream. So we're just working through the ubiquity of every moment and hoping something's working out in our favor rather than just checking whether it is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th person read for today. We've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 28.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Thank you as well. Thanks, Per. I had dreams last night that were related to the show I watched before bed. Does that mean some dreams are just a reflection of our subconscious mind and don't have a message? No. I would argue that our dream space takes what we give it, and then works with whatever we have given it. So I would be very interested about what the dream space took from what you were watching that blended into the dream, right? So I am someone who firmly believes that every dream has meaning. It's just that was the dross you gave the dream prior to going to bed. So that was what was first in, and that's what they potentially utilized to help continue or bringing you some kind of message. Thank you as well, Agnes. And thank you for those gifts, Minnie and Per. Praying on visual people. I do my best to articulate upon it. Got it. Well, and this is just, I would not be surprised if this is like a comparison to how you used to approach things to how you approach things now, right? Because that's like you see here, like they're showing, the guides are almost showing like the hurdles that can be found with compartmentalizing, which is nobody knows what anybody has or what's needed. A lot of going around things, right? Versus just articulating about what we need and being able to receive it. It also makes so much sense when you translate the dreams. I do my best, Per. And thank you as well, AZ, for the follow. This is wild. Like, I like the bottom. I like the bottom too. I love, but here's the thing about it. Did you see the fact that, like, did you see how the 2 had to go away for the 4 to appear? Right? Like, you have to go through the uncomfortability to be able to welcome what's new. I have no anxiety lately, unbothered. That's beautiful. And 1122, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Per. That makes sense. Thank you for confirming that. You're so welcome, Hannah. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Kate. Kate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list be closed. And we're going to do another intuition check right now while we wait for Kate's question. All right, just bear with me a moment. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, bookcase. It was a snake. It was the adder. Thank you guys so much for participating. All right, we've got Kate here. Hey, I'm back. I don't know if I'm on the list for today. I can add you back. Yeah, I was waiting. I was just waiting to see if you wanted to be added back, dear. Hold on. I'll add you back now. Just 1 second, dear. All right, bookcase, I've added you back. I've got 2 spots left today before the list will be closed. 2 spots left if anyone would like to secure a spot on the list today. I'm here more so for my love and life path. All right, I got you, dear. I got the bear today too. Well done, bookcase. You're on a roll today. All right, I'm going to pin up Kate here, friends. Give Kate some love. We're doing love and life path right now. Can I get oh, thank you. I appreciate you, Per. Okay, can I get, yep, we're going to do 1 card here on love, 2 on life path, please. And 1 more. Thank you. Ooh. I feel like I see some kind of breakthrough happening for you right now, both on love and life path. The thing I would say, I feel like the one thing I would be very conscientious about with right now. So in relationality to love, I feel like you're doing a lot of work in not over romanticizing longing is what I'm getting. You know, like I'm picking up some kind of relationship that you had to heal from that was trying to like romanticize some kind of lack space. And I feel like the benefit that I'm identifying right now for you in relationality to love is I keep on hearing like the space by which we just give each other some kind of sense of stability is like the most romantic quality of something, you know? I feel like I feel like I see you working really hard in understanding it's not too much to ask for I keep wondering it's not too much to ask someone who's energetically reliable to put some kind of degree of tangible effort into things is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing tangibility defines what we prioritize. And I feel like it's almost like having to heal from some kind of situation or circumstance where someone tried to tell you that you were being too I don't know why the word bougie is coming up. It's so weird. Why is the word bougie coming up? You know? I gotta tell, like, I almost feel like I gotta tell you, like, somebody who doesn't want to put effort in will try to look at us taking something personally and then make us feel like we were trying to be shallow. I keep on hearing a message from your guide saying it's not shallow to ask for to put some kind of like, I keep on hearing gestures aren't shallow. They're indicative on what it is that like it's nice to know someone's thinking about us is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing like don't let somebody don't let someone uninvested tell you you're being energetically shallow because they missed something important, is what I keep on hearing. Don't I just keep on getting, and it's coming from one of your ancestors. They were there for the whole argument. Don't let somebody uninterested who could not be bothered make you feel like you are being energetically selfish because because, and I keep on hearing like, you know, it is, I keep on hearing, especially, and I keep on hearing something too, especially if the shoe was on a different foot, how would they, I keep on hearing like that. Here's the thing about it. And it's not saying to me, it's not saying about matching energy, but it's almost communicating to me like when somebody tries to tell us that we're being shallow instead of saying sorry. Like that's what I'm hearing. Someone will tell us we're being like, especially if someone says like we're being shallow instead of saying sorry, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's the thing about it. I almost see you like, I keep on hearing them say, like, don't even worry about it, you know? Because I feel like I see you kind of moving into accordance with energy that cares. I feel like you're getting some kind of validation here in relationality to something that isn't like, I feel like I see some stable energy coming towards you that's going to help you understand it's not shallow to ask for consistency from someone, but someone who is energetically inconsistent and can't be bothered will often try to make us feel like we're being energetically shallow as they're hurting our feelings instead of saying what they should be saying, which is, I'll do better. I know that's important to you. Um, and I feel like it, I think, I feel like I feel like there's something really significant about this. And I keep on hearing too, um, count the days that you gave someone to fix something with you. Count the days that you gave someone to fix something with you. Because if you're about to build into something with someone else and somebody comes back, that is not someone that's decided that they want the same things as you. But I almost feel like I feel like you're healing from somebody who was trying to get you to lower your standards in order to have an unhealthy relationship with them. And I like to point this out, like when you're healing from energy that's trying to get us to lower our standards to build into a healthy relationship with them, and we start building with another person and someone comes back, that is not someone who's energetically ready to change. Like I keep on seeing, please identify the difference between someone that says, I want the same things as you versus someone that says, wait, I don't want to lose access to you. And I keep on hearing, if someone says, I don't want to lose you, I feel like make sure that you put the word access there. Because I keep on hearing, if you articulated to another person what your standards were, and then they said to you that you were being attention seeking or too demanding and asking for something reasonable, and then they only come back when someone else is eager, I keep hearing ready, eager, and willing to deliver to you that standard and potentially even exceed it. Don't let them wax poetic on what it is that they had with you. Don't let them I keep on hearing, don't let them try to articulate that like they were under some kind of preconceived notion that there was still something going on between you and them, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing healthy relationship is not a game of keep away. It's not a game of seeing how long someone can hold their breath. It is sustaining, not destabilizing. So I feel like don't let someone confound that And I keep on hearing, don't let someone try to romanticize something that they were planning on giving you by telling you that you weren't patient enough in allowing them to feel energetically comfortable to do so. Bottom of the deck, yeah, you got some ancestor that says love is not a game of keep away. Love is not a game of seeing how little another person, like what another person is willing to take in order to be like, congratulations, now I'm going to give you everything. Oh my gosh, you survived the test. I feel like you know what I mean? Like this is giving me a little like whatever, like what energy like that? Like energy that says you survived the test is energy that will never stop testing you. Okay, that's literally from an ancestor that says, remember, energy that comes through the context of saying you survived the test is energy that will never stop energetically testing you. They'll never stop testing your patience. They'll never stop testing your emotions. It's not. I keep on hearing it's not a test. It's a relationship is a gift. We prioritize and focus on the stability that we create for one another. And I keep on hearing, if you're building that with someone right now, don't let someone try to come back and wax poetic about what they intended. None of this like woulda, coulda, shoulda kind of energy in being like, well, I thought, I just, if you just wait, like, don't let them be like, if you had just been a little bit more patient, this is what I had planned, whatever. Like, what? Like, no, it's like that type of energy there. Like that is let them I'm getting like telenovela kind of energy. Who wants it? Like telenovelas are for television. They're not for nobody wants that. Like nobody wants that. Like nobody wants that. They want energetic stability is what I keep on seeing. So don't let someone like try to paint something romantic that has been energetically tragic. And I keep on seeing like energy that doesn't show up consistently will often try to romanticize by being like, well, you have to tame me. Be like, no, nobody needs to tame anybody. Get a grip on yourself. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that, like, oh, I was too much for you. Be like, yeah, you were. You should think about that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, anyway, thank you so much. But this feels positive. Again, sending the bright side, Kate, is those cards look very positive for you. Just don't let someone twist. Don't let someone try to twist what they were giving you into some kind of like, romantic thing. Just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And my friends, just a reminder, we are at 31K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Just bear with me a moment as I read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. Yes. Attention seeking. Oh, that's what I mean. Like, who says that? That's what I meant. Like, like when we care about each other and like, I feel like it's a type of energy. It's like, you should be like, it's like the gratitude and someone being invested in us is what I keep on hearing. And like, that's what I mean. Like when someone sees us caring about them and they call it attention seeking, that's crude. It's crude energy, you know? Ancestors calling exactly perception. Josie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. So accurate. I can't let go. But here's the message I'm getting, Kate. I don't think you're gonna have a choice. Like I'm gonna say count the days. Count the days you've given someone to fix something, because I see something consistent coming towards you. And I keep on hearing, remember when that energy comes towards you in a consistent way, don't let something from the past try to come back at that point. Absolutely. Don't punish yourself with someone like that. Yeah, I didn't sign up for this test opt-out. I did a burn ceremony with it last night. It's still heavy. But in here, it's going to be, listen, it's going to be heavy. It's going to be heavy because I keep on hearing, and I feel like I want you to, like, your mantra right now is your attention is a gift. Your attention is a gift for anyone who's worthy to receive it. And if someone, I keep on hearing, if someone is not taking the gift of your attention and they're seeing it as a nuisance, then let them. right? I want you to recenter yourself whenever you're starting to feel energetically called back to that, and write down, my attention is a gift. Yes. Yeah, no, it was feeling a lot like ancestors looking out. My ancestors are coming for the throat. I don't think they're coming for your throat. It feels like they're going for their, like, that's the thing about it. Like, that's what I was reading on it. It's not for you. It's about them, you know? GTFOH, yes, exactly, perception. Yeah, he always points back at me. You're so spot on. Sending you support, Kate. That was that was a two-part. Yep. Stella, I can read the list happily. The list right now is Bianca, Nikki. What did I write there? Did I write Dennis? Wow, my handwriting. Dennis, maybe, and then Stella, and no, Dennis, and then Bridget, and then Stella, Oracle, Erica, and Addison. And I've got 2 more spots left. If someone's name starts with a D, and I'm confounding it, please, I apologize. Just go ahead and respell your name. I will make sure you're on the list. I was writing very quickly. Love or implanted something in my head. Not sure what you mean by that, Fig. No, exactly. It was a lot of that. Don't throw pearls before swine energy. Belinda, well said. Oh, it was love and life. You're so welcome, Stella. Denise, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I was missing the E. I wrote 10. I forgot to put the E down. My brain is foggy today. Oh, sending you support, Fig. Oh, Bridget. Yes, I've got you. Did you get on the list, Denise? If so, it's you. Thank you as well, Belinda. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bianca. Bianca, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you, okay, yep, we're good. If you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. Just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 more spots before the list is closed. Animal spirit guides here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the hawk. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? And I've got, hold on a minute, we got Minnie here. Oh, question in the disco. In general, is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? Okay. Outside tea. Okay. I'm feeling extremely overwhelmed. I recently moved, and now I'm packing and getting everything settled into my new space. And I've been thinking lots about how I want to actually put effort into interior designing this time. I rejoined a dating app, and I'm also on an app to make friendships in the area. And I've been talking to some people that I feel can potentially become friends. I'm feeling very close to becoming burnt out, as I also just started the fall semester in school. This semester and spring semester are my last 2 semesters before I get my bachelor's. Congratulations. And just seeing all the work I need to do in getting there is causing me a lot of overwhelm and stress, and I'm doubting my abilities. I also have to continue to do my job, and at least my job won't be as stressful as everything else, but it can quickly catch up to me if I fall behind. It's just a lot to change to navigate at once. I know it won't be forever. I'm also thinking about how the moon and the eclipse was going through my 6th and 12th house, and perhaps that's why I'm reflecting a lot on how I need to refine my routine. As my Pisces in the 6th house and Virgo is in my 12th house. And I did mention I'm a Virgo sun, Aries moon, and Libra rising. How can I best navigate through this overwhelm, and what lesson here is lesson here? And how can I make it through these last 2 semesters and get my degree? 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages. Oh my God, these cards. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Unclench your jaw. like, but here, like, that's funny though, because the thing about it is, it's funny because the reason I said that is because when I tried to draw the cards would not separate. The cards literally, I had to pull these cards out because to they refuse not to come out together. And the thing is I feel like I don't the thing you need, and I see a little bit of a tendency here. I want you, and I know you're not even like me saying this. It's okay to slow down. And I can already see you shaking your head. I feel like I see you going through some kind of energetic catch up, is what I keep on seeing. And it's really hard because I keep on seeing when we feel like we're catching up, then it feels like there's nothing more offensive. And that's why I said I'm going to apologize that I say this. When I say to you in some way, shape, form, or fashion, have you tried to slow down? But I don't, and I want you to understand this. I am not saying to slow your roll. Okay? I am not saying for you to allow, like, not to arrive at the ambition, because I see, like, here's the thing, man, I'll tell you right now, that's the thing with a Virgo sun, Aries moon, and Libra rising. All right, Aries sun, Virgo sun, Aries moon, and Libra rising is like, I can do it twice as fast and in heels. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that. Just because you can, just because you know, just because you know what you're energetically capable of, I don't want you to feel like you're burning, like you don't have to be, I keep on hearing, you don't have to go, and I know you're going to hate me saying this, you don't have to go into every situation all guns blazing. Okay. I know you can. And I know because I keep on hearing you hold yourself. I know you're not doing this for anybody beyond but yourself. I know you're holding yourself to an impossibly high standard. But here's the thing about it. When we start holding ourselves to impossibly high standards, the gift that we start giving each other are achievable outcomes. Okay? I want you, I think that I want, and that's what I meant when I said I want you to slow things down right now, which is like, um, you need to bring a little Capricorn energy into this. And when I say Capricorn energy, I mean everything is going to get done the way it's going to get done. You just need to prioritize what's most important, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like the thing about it right now, because, and I think you already defined it. You're in the middle of a move. You're in the middle of trying to prioritize. You've got too many prioritize. Look at all these plates, right? And I keep on seeing what's interesting about it is it's not even the fact that you can't do it all, but you have to do it. You have to prioritize what you need to prioritize in relationality to getting everything done. And so I would say the things I want you doing right now is you're going to get it all done by, you're going to write down lists and you're going to write down timelines, which is, again, as you mentioned, being like you talked about, like, for instance, you talked about the fact that you have 2 semesters until you get your degree. So long as you focus on that. And I want you to kind of, I almost feel like you have to say to yourself, right? Like, I want you to think about the fact that when you finish those 2 semesters, giant swath of time is going to open up for you. Okay? Like, it's saying to me that everything that you should be doing right now should be prioritizing getting those 2 energetic semesters out, like off of your plate, because I keep on seeing the gift that you want to give yourself right now is more time. So the more you can do something and understand that everything is going to change after that, is the understanding of not allowing yourself to go into a space of burnout as you get, I keep on hearing, as you get to the finish line. So continuing to build into the context of letting that kind of be your energetic priority, understanding that everything changes once that is energetically complete. I see that even there, like that is how you're going to do this. I see you doing a lot of the work in terms of saying like, look, this is how much time I'm going to give this per week. This is how much time I'm going to give this per week. And understanding that healthy relationship is going to appreciate what you are bringing forth to something, not being energetically demanding upon giving more. Because I do feel like, I feel like I see you healing from some kind of situation where another person made it feel like they had to compete for your energy or trying to articulate that you weren't energetically available for them. And I keep on hearing you're looking for energy right now that understands both what you can bring to a situation, but also what your responsibilities are. And I keep on seeing that is not going to confound something that's for you. It's going to help you build into the sense of profoundness in relationality to someone who wants to work, like who also understands what it means to prioritize versus energy that is being overly demanding on you. Um, I feel like one of the things I would really identify to help right now, and that's the only thing with this, like, I feel like the issue that you need to work through right now, first and foremost, is this, is the Seven of Cups, which is, and I keep on hearing, there's only so much of you to go around. You're also not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice, which says that it's more of the continuation that I'm seeing in terms of you being able to identify how much energy you can bring to situations and building into the appreciation that others are respective of. I feel like the thing that you're actually working on right now is setting healthy boundaries for yourself, which is not holding yourself at too high a standard, right? Giving yourself reasonable expectations and recognizing small victories lead to giant breakthroughs. So I want you focusing on get done lists. I want you writing down what those lists are in terms of what you need to do. And I want you more than anything, I don't want you just to have a list. I want you to prioritize the most important things on those lists. And then allocating the proportion. I keep on hearing this is all about, all the work you're doing right now is about budgeting your time. And budgeting your time is, and I feel like this is the one thing you want to be conscientious with when we go through eclipse cycles like this, which is feeling the excitement of all of these possibilities around you, and then feeling the need of not wanting to miss something. You can't miss something that's for you. So I don't want you speeding up right now. I don't want you, I don't want you speeding, and especially if you're already articulating to me that you're already feeling the weight of this eclipse and retrograde process, because you have to remember the eclipse energy is going to be happening until about the 22nd. Okay. If something feels like it's happening too quickly, stretch it out on a timeline, right? Find the energetic date that's going to feel like it's an easement. Articulate to others what is energetically reasonable. Set set healthy and expectations for yourself. But I keep on hearing the way that you're going to set healthy expectations for yourself is not to be the space by which you say, I'm going to do everything tomorrow. It's the space by which you say, this is what I'm going to do tomorrow. And if I do this consistently, then by this date, I'll have everything energetically done. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Cups energy and its reversal. I keep on seeing, as it relates to new relationships right now, quality, not quantity. Which is to say to me, like there's something about the relationships that you're trying to heal right now. I keep on seeing, again, I don't know why I'm sensing something that you're healing from, where another person was making some kind of unreasonable demands upon your time. Healthy relationship um, does not, I keep on hearing, healthy relationship does not require us to be perpetually on hold, is what I keep on seeing, which is the space by which another person articulates that we're making something impossible because we're not available, but really they're not giving us any like energy that is not prioritizing us will often try to articulate that we're being unreasonable because they're not putting intention towards making plans with us. So I keep on seeing if it like I keep on hearing you've got if someone can't plan ahead with you, they don't know you. That's the price of entry, right? Like there's just something to be navigated here. I keep on hearing this is how you're going to weed through impatient energy, like not returning back into an energetic cycle with someone that says like you're impossible. You are. Your job is to be impossible for impatient energy. You can be like that is not something that you need to heal from. That is something you should own. Like I keep on hearing, you should double down on that. Is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing, don't throw that away. Don't let someone make you feel like you were the problem in that situation. You gotta write that down. That's coming through from one of your guides. You are impossible for impatient energy. That is not something you need to fix. You should be impossible for impatient energy because you got a lot on your plate. And if someone is not respective if someone is not respective about what your priorities should be, they don't deserve any proximity to you, is what I keep on seeing. Don't feel, I keep on hearing, don't feel like none of this, like, I don't know what it is, none of this snapping energy. And I keep on hearing energy that wants to snap, which is energy that says, come here right now, will see us having responsibility and make us feel like we are the problem because we're being energetically impossible. You do not, I keep on hearing, do not take that, do not lose that, strengthen that. You are impossible for impatient energy. That is a good thing because that means the way that you're going to find healthy relationship is by remembering that you are impossible for impatient energy, which brings forth energy that is respective of your time and appreciates the fact that if they don't have plans ahead of time, they don't have plans with you at all. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 34.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I almost said eagle. Oh, wow, that's awesome, Belinda. Excellent. Nice, B. Absolutely. Make sure you're pacing yourself. I saw that. Wild. How do I do that? It definitely feels like an energetic catch up. But I keep on seeing, listen, you can't be late to your own journey. And I can see the fact that I see you trying to like do a million things at once, but I keep on hearing the opportunities that are for you, you're not going to miss them. Right? It's like I feel like it's setting reasonable, healthy expectations. And I keep on hearing don't continue to be impossible for impatient energy. Absolutely. Thank you, Alexandra. So relatable. We do it to ourselves. No, I mean like I can see the fact you hold yourself to a very high standard, you know? Everything is spot on. Thank you for also being here and receiving this message, perception. Yes, exactly that. I have no, I mean, listen, like those placements, I get it. You're like, I can like, but that's the thing about it. Like, you have to have some compassion for yourself, which is not feeling like, I keep on hearing, not feeling like you have to, like, you can have a little bit of energy in reserve, is what I keep on hearing. Set healthy, reasonable expectations for yourself. Celebrate the accomplishments. Don't, I want you doing got done lists as well as to your to-do list. Yes. Okay, I see. Breaking it down by pieces. Absolutely. Yes. I almost wish I can. I can see that. No, I see it there 100%. That's so true. Yeah, my ex doubling down. I am an impossible. Yes, I am impossible for impatient energy. So true. Energetically possible for patient energy only. Exactly. You're so welcome, Minnie. And I would say let this eclipse cycle. I wrote this. Actually, it's very similar to what I wrote in the Mystic Meditation articles in terms of like what to help focus on during this eclipse process. You might want to go check out that article, working on setting reasonable expectations, planning how you're going to get things done. Like let this be your job right now isn't to take on more, it's to energetically organize. Okay. Definitely. Yeah, I feel like I'm late to my, you're not, you're not late to your own journey. Yeah. But that's, here's the thing. Those with Aries placements always feel like they're playing a little energetic catch up, right? It's a lot of that, like working on healing your relationship to time. I've been wanting to move here for so long. I believe that's why. Yes, it's exciting. No, it's exciting. Exactly. I need to pencil in more self care as a priority as well. Absolutely. Thank you, Minnie. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here and you respond in all caps, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, I've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed today. Just a reminder, we are doing life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. And as we wait for Nikki's question, we're going to do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The frog, you guys, well done. Look at you, perception and purr. Well done. All right, let's continue right now. Second call for Nikki. Second call for Nikki. All right, if Nikki stepped away, hold on a minute. Aries, Venus, everything is fine but love. Always playing catch up. Aries, Venus it can be like, it's like love is a battlefield, man. All right. Okay, if Nikki stepped away, the next person on the list for today is Denise. Denise, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, hi, BB. Thank you for letting me know. I hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, we're doing Denise while we wait. Denise, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, friends, we're at 36.5K likes. When we get to 50, we'll get to, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. I got you, Denise. All right. Highest party message from spirit. I like it. Can I get 4 cards, please? Yep, please, 4 cards. Oh, come on. What is this nonsense? I'm not. What are you making me read on here? Who is this person with the litany of grievances? You know what? I'll never understand when someone has all of our attention. This is the type of energy. This is the type of stuff. Like there's no winning with some people. You know, like there is no winning with some people. Like this is giving me the type of energy where first, it's like, leave me alone, where are you? You know, like, this is, I can't. And you know what? I got to point this out. With energy like this, like, it's giving me, it's giving. I see a situation. I like the song you will hear when someone does not understand that they just let go of the best thing that they've ever experienced, is the modality where someone says something, right? They talk out of their face. They say something that's completely unacceptable, completely, like, you can't talk to someone like that. And someone says, I am going to give you the gift of it, giving you exactly what you asked for. Like, I see some kind of situation where someone just locked themselves right out of your life because they thought that you were the type of person that was just going to steamroll right over their boundaries. That when respective energy, when someone says get out and someone cares about them, the most profound, caring person they will ever meet will say, this is the sound of me respecting your wishes. And then they'll be like, where are you? I can't believe you're hurting me like this. And being like, what are you talking about? I'm doing exactly what you asked me to do. And I gotta tell you, like, you cannot win. When you see someone like this, the only gift you can give them is proximity. We say what we mean, and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. But when we are not healed, we have no boundaries, we will say something with the expectation of not believing that someone would ever be respective of actually doing what we are articulating, right? Because that is come hither energy. That is the energy that says, no, 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 right? The energy that pushes back and then says like this, because it's the energy that says, I want you to overcome my boundaries, but I never want to give you affirmation that that's what I want. So that way I can never say, you can never hold me accountable for anything that's happening between us. Because everything we've done has predicated the fact that I am comfortable with you not listening to me. That is not healthy. That is the most dangerous relationship we can ever energetically be in, because everything is fine until it's not. Because somebody, it's like the relationship that someone has, but they never have to say that it's there, because they never said anything about it beyond the fact that they just articulated their displeasure on it. And I see you having to heal from a situation like that. And I send you, oof. And I got to tell you right now, if you're going through that, and again, if you're feeling like someone is coming towards you in a confused way, where you are doing everything you can to recognize and identify what another person's asked for, but not necessarily pushing through to have a part of their experience, you can, and again, I keep on hearing, don't let somebody articulate the fact that, I keep on hearing, don't let someone articulate the fact that you abandoned them in the space by which you are respecting their wishes, is what I keep on hearing. Don't let someone try to say that you are energetically abandoning them in the space by which you are respecting their wishes. And I feel like that's like, because I see someone here, and this is what I keep on identifying, which is, you can't ask for something and then be upset when someone gives you what you ask for, and then say that someone's hurting you, even though they're being respective of what it is that you articulated that you wish to happen in a situation. Because I see like it creates the impossibility vortex, where another person is, I almost feeling like looking for you to do things for them, that they can then say, I never told you to do that. Right? Like, that's a type of situation I'm talking about. Like, it's a type of energy of someone who articulates or bemoans a situation over and over and over again. And then when you try to help to resolve it or do something like that, they go, I never said anything. I never said to do that. it's like, it's convenient, isn't it? It's convenient having all of the help, but without any of the accountability upon it. And that's why I feel like I see some kind of situation that's kind of requiring you, or we're like having to say to someone, I'm sorry to hear that, right? Like I see you almost having to say to someone, like, I'm sorry you're going through that. I'm sad to see you have to go through that, is a powerful prayer, because it's a space by which you can say, I'm willing to give you advice upon it, but I'm not going to energetically do it for you. Right? The ability to articulate and amplify how you're effectively able to help another person. I keep on seeing, when we care about each other, we don't make unreasonable demands on each other. And simultaneously, we don't articulate that everything energetically hurts us. Because I just keep on seeing, like, it's giving me one of those situations, and this is what I mean. Sometimes we work through healing by diagnosing the problem. And if there's a situation where you're going through something with another person and it seems like everything you do is never the right thing, then there it is, right? That's usually not a space when, if everything you do is never the right thing, that's usually not indicative of something being energetically wrong. It's the observation of a situation where nothing that you're doing is being energetically appreciated, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's the space by which you can potentially articulate upon the experience and say to another person. And I feel like even in that space, being like, make no mistake. And I feel like that's a space you can say to another person if you're going through that. What you are finding from me is what you energetically asked of me, right? I keep wondering, don't let someone change what occurred. Don't let someone make it seem like you are not showing up for them when you are doing, literally, I keep on hearing, you are following their directions to the energetic letter, but beyond the space by which you are going to, like, I keep on seeing, like, work through something in a way that they articulate that they don't need you, but then they're effectively articulating, identifying the fact that they want you to, like, I keep on hearing, want you to push in, right? And so I feel like it's hard because I feel like I see you like set, and I gotta stress this. When we start setting those healthy standards, discontent usually identifies the space by which we needed to in the first place. So I want you to make sure that you are, I feel like it's a space by which you, like, and it's interesting too, because I see like another person trying to bring their conflict with another person to your doorstep. And I keep on hearing that there's something coming through from a guide that's saying to me, like, remember, when we care about each other, we we don't we don't amplify our energetic helplessness in a situation looking for someone to do something for us. I keep on hearing, give someone empowering tools. Be like, look, I am willing to give you this. I'm willing to give you this. I'm willing to give you this. I'm not going to do it for you. Right. And I feel like I almost see you having to go through a situation where you have to have a conversation with someone and say, like, look, I'm not gonna empower an unhealthy energetic cycle because I care about you. And what's hard about that is, like, I almost see you having to say to another person, like, there is a space by which you can take care of yourself and also care about someone. And that does not come at the cost of their own feeling of stability within their own self. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like, this is what I mean. Like, it feels like, again, it's really convenient when someone else doesn't have standards to paint everything else outside of the self as the energetic culprit to an issue, right? Like, and I keep on hearing it, I feel like it almost has to do with a conversation, right? The space by which another person brings their problems to you is the space by which you say, have you tried talking to them about it? Right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, you are not You are not the resolver of another person's problem. You do not have to be the energetic ambassador of a problem that they're having with another person. And I feel like that's a space, and that's the thing about it. Often, when someone comes towards us to articulate our problems, and then they say, "Can you go talk to this person about them?" What they're really doing is they then create that culpability where when you try to talk to them, they go, "I never said that. I don't know what they're talking about. No, I never said that." Like all of a sudden, someone's volatile, another person goes, "I don't know what you're talking about," right? And now you look like I keep on hearing, and then you're the one left. Like I keep on hearing, don't let someone give you their problem to then bring to another person and then go, "I don't know. Well, like I never know. I never, I wouldn't say." Like that is literally the song of someone that isn't brave enough to make energetic changes. The energy that says, help me," will then go, "I don't know what you're talking about," when you're effectively trying to help them. That makes you look like you're the one causing the issues in the first place. And I feel like that's the space by which you have to say to someone, like, I almost see you having been burned upon that before. Like I almost see a situation of you saying, like, "I'm done." I almost see you saying to someone, "I'm done protecting you," because when you have to understand, when someone does that, they basically are saying, "I don't mind putting you in harm's way," is what I keep on seeing. And like I feel like that's the conversation you need to have with someone. This is what your self-care looks like, which is saying, "Why do you keep putting me in harm's way in relationality to you not being able to resolve your own energetic problems?" Because when we care about each other, we don't utilize each other as the energetic culprit. We understand, like, the force of care is not the space of saying, "Oh, I had nothing to do with that," being like, "Yes, you did. You were the," like it's giving me a lot of that space of a lot of energy trying to get you invested in problems and then trying to be like, "Oh," you know what I mean? Like, don't 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 I feel like, again, I feel like, and that's why I almost see you having to say to someone like, "I care about you," but the care that you need to bring forth is the finding energetic responsibility in working through a problem, not getting you in the center of it, because it almost feels like a situation where you're playing some kind of space where you have to be energetically protective of someone, like at the cost of your own well-being. So I feel like there's a lot of that healing here. And I feel like it's almost requiring you. I keep on seeing, like, you know, it's almost weird too, because it almost feels like I almost feel like there's some kind of energy, um, that's like, it's like I feel like you're allowing some energy to maturate around you, right? Because I keep on seeing, like, the space by which you say to another person, "I'm not going to do it for you." Like I feel like it's almost you having to say to another person, "You guys work this out between you," because I'm not like, I see you almost saying to someone else, like, it's like I feel like there was a space by which you were being asked to be the mature one, and now it's like you saying, like this is you going through the inner child healing. Inner child healing says we should never have to be the mature one. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive, but it's true. Healthy, like, when inner child healing is not the space by which we have to be the mature one. It's the observation of saying they should take care of you in the same way that you take care of them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Denise. And I keep on hearing it's not selfish if it's reciprocal. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Denise. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Nikki, absolutely. I'm happy to put you on the hold list, dear. Yep, I got you on the list, Alexandra. And just let me read over the comments that came through. Hi, BB. Don't love that face. I didn't like those cards, so we're even, Denise. Preach. Thank you, B. Could be any number of people. It was giving me specifically 2. It's giving me specifically 2. Yeah, I only say that because I can relate. We forget to take time to see how far we've come. Absolutely, yes. Estranged sibling. Welcome, Nikki. Hold on a minute, Ruby. I remember when my BD tried telling people I abandoned him like his mom. Well, there you go. Again, never are we more projecting than when we compare past energy to present. I appreciate this message. It's affirming. It's pain. I mean, it's hard because I almost see a situation. I can see you looking at a situation of being like, my heart goes out to you, but I'm not intervening. Like it's that type of energy. Goalposts are constantly being moved. And here's the thing about it. Like when we care about each other, we don't move goalposts, you know? Exactly this, zero appreciation. Being the ambassador with my role in family of origin. And that's what I keep on, and I keep on hearing, ambassador is not scapegoat when others are respected and care about the fact that someone is doing something in a way that feels like it's energetically supportive. And I feel like that's the space by which you have to I feel like that is you coming into some kind of inner child healing by articulating to another, like, I care, but I'm not going to do it for you if you're going to energetically blame me when something doesn't go the way that you expected or intended. Thank you, Alexandra. And Mandy, thank you for subscribing. Yep, I got you, dear. You're so welcome, Nikki. Sending you so much support on that. And I keep on seeing, like, I feel like it's the observation. I feel like the observation of energy appreciating you is you being able, I keep on hearing, giving someone the tools they need to do something, but saying to them, I'm not going to do it for you. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. And before we continue right now, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card. But I got to turn it the other way, because if I turn it that way, you guys see it. It makes it harder. It makes it harder. Let's try that again. This time I won't show you the card. All right. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. A little harder this time. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The otter. All right. Let's continue right now. And welcome, Kind and Chill. How are you doing? I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list, Kind. The list is open. I've got one spot left today before the list will be closed. You can find the donation links by my tree that is linked in my bio. AKA it's funny too, because who was it that said, like, otters probably see themselves as little earth dragons? All right, let's continue right now. We are reading for Bridget. Hold on a moment. And I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Highest priority messages from Spirit Team, please. Highest priority messages. Whoa. I mean, I feel like I see, I feel like I see some kind of energy of someone trying to come towards you with some kind of apology. But I keep on getting the message of understanding, um, you know, bells can't be unrung is what I keep on seeing. This is really giving me, and I keep on getting the message, like, and I need to stress this, like, an apology that's repeated is an apology that feels like it's exhausted, because I almost see it's like the observation of I keep on hearing an apology is twofold, which is the space by which an apology is matched and met with a change, is what I keep on getting. Right? It's like it's working through, like an apology is a two-part exchange. Like the first part of an apology is accountability, and the second part, the most important part of an apology, is change. And that's why when somebody apologizes too much, we just get kind of energetically exhausted upon it, because it's not enough to be sorry that something keeps happening without being able to articulate and identify what one is doing to prevent it from occurring again, is what I keep on seeing. Um, the bright side, like I feel like if anything, I almost see you moving away from some fickle energy, you know? And here's the thing about it, like sometimes like that's the thing about it. Like sometimes when energy's fickle, like someone will fickle themselves right out of our existence, you know? Someone will fickle themselves right out of our existence, because I keep on hearing like while somebody is like spinning circles in relationality to never energetically being available. And then I almost see you kind of being like, it's no big deal, right? And going on with yourself, like I literally have your guide going on with your bad self, which is what I think it like is fun. Like I keep on hearing go on with your bad self, but the funny part about it is I see you being like going on with your bad self. I keep on hearing someone can't be upset if they're not. Someone can't be upset if they don't see, like if they're not doing something with you. Like I keep on hearing you don't get it both ways. I keep on hearing you don't get to constantly never show up for something and bow out of something and then be surprised when you see someone doing something with someone else. Like that I keep on hearing like that. And I feel like it's interesting too, because I almost feel like often when you see somebody in that space, you recognize that they're navigating something immaturely, is what I almost see. Because I almost like it's weird. I see a situation where like you potentially articulated or tried to make plans with someone repeatedly, and it's like I literally I've got some kind of moth energy, which is like like you can't pin them down. And then I almost see you like moving forward and then being like, what are you doing? And you being like, I'm going on. I'm like, like they can't do both. Don't let someone, I feel like there's something really important about that, which is to say, this is what it means to show up for each other, is what I keep on seeing. Like don't I keep on hearing don't stress if don't stress if someone's being fickle to you, but I keep on hearing, you know, I keep on hearing fickle energy can't be upset, is the message I keep on getting, which is fickle energy can't be upset if they see you doing something with someone else, because I almost feel like understand. And I'll say like one of the things you'll understand with fickle energy is it's very common for fickle energy to like hurt their own feelings, which is I keep saying fickle energy hurts their own feelings, because fickle energy will never energetically commit to anything, but then we'll get all twisted up when they see you like proceeding forward in something, not energetically waiting for them. I feel like you've already kind of healed from that to a certain extent. I feel like the bright side is I identify, like, I feel like this is a good time for you as it relates to like making some really strong energetic connections. You know, I've got some like new energy around you. Like I see somebody, it's like I feel like I see you matching energy with someone. You know what I mean? Like I've got some kind of, I feel like this period of time opening up is really one that I see you kind of pursuing your interests. I see you making new connections. I see you like building into the context of identifying energy that I keep on seeing doesn't doesn't that puts, I keep on hearing like that matches um your own self-sufficiency is what I keep on seeing. And I like it because I keep on hearing like self-sufficient energy can build things together because they're not constantly leaning upon one another, which is the space by which they articulate and amplify like what it is that they're trying to do, and being able, like, it does feel like, it feels like a little bit of adventure energy, to be really honest. Like I almost see you like finding someone that matches your own energy of adventure, which is, and I keep on seeing is not the space by which another person says you know, like, where are you, I need you, but somebody saying like, let's do something is interesting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this like Eight of Pentacles in its reversal, I feel like I see some kind of energy shifting around you as it relates to relationship. And I almost like, I think it's interesting, Strega, stop it. And it's interesting too, because like as I said that, like Strega started like gnawing on something that they shouldn't, which has to do with like, I feel like you're almost like releasing some kind of like complaining energy, which is, I keep on hearing like when we care about things, we don't complain about our energetic circumstances. It's not the space by which we complain about it, we do something about it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's what's effectively being released for you in this cycle, right? I almost feel like you've healed to a certain extent, that like your own tolerance to hearing someone articulate their own sense of dissatisfaction upon something without doing something about it. Like I feel like there's a lot of that energy of doer around you, which is the space by which it says like it's okay to talk about something that's bothering you, so long as in the same breath you're talking about what to do to try to fix it, not just dwelling on the fact that it's a limitation instead of a hurdle to be crossed. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because um, like that's what I meant in relationality to, like, I almost feel like somebody like articulating upon the fact that you and them aren't distant, but they're almost saying to me like, this is the reason why. It's like it's hard to hear somebody who's constantly, like, when we talk negatively about our experience, it's like we're putting a low vibration on it. So I almost see you kind of like saying, like, I almost see you having to heal from a situation of being like, well, if you talk about someone like that when they're not around, what do you say about me? You know what I mean? Like it's almost giving me like a little bit of that type of energy. You know, it's like I feel like it's a little bit of that observation on something. Um, but I feel like the nice thing about this is, and this is what I mean, like, you don't, I keep on hearing, you don't owe anyone an explanation in relationality to, like, I keep on hearing you're not cake. Not everyone gets a slice. But often, and I need to point this out, sometimes the reason we move away from someone is because they come towards us and they start comparing it. They start comparing their relationship to the relationship they see as with another person. And I keep on hearing that is an immature way to navigate circumstances, because I keep on hearing when we're young, we look at relationship like it's cake, like, oh, if they get that, I should get that. But as we maturate, we understand that every relationship is unique. We don't define significance by comparing. And often we destroy a relationship when we're not working in a space of appreciation, but looking towards something and saying, well, why don't you do that with me? Being like, well, it's an entirely different relationship. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is now closed, but you can get on for tomorrow. and you will be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, one moment. Oh, don't say it. Oh, she said it. What did I say? That could be so many different people. Who is bothering you this time? My neighbors, an old friend, an ex, you name it. I've moved away from a lot of people. I can see, and it's interesting too, because I can see a lot of energy like missing you right now, you know? But I keep on hearing it's like they have no one to blame but themselves, you know? That's so funny you said it as I typed it. Oh, that's wild. Got to let that serve as confirmation. That was so many people. But I keep on hearing like this is you just not I keep on hearing this is you just not being in a space of like groveling for other people's energy. I've totally walked away from flaky energy. Tell us names. I'm not telling names. I no longer even entertain that kind of friendship or partnership. I see it. And I keep on hearing the universe hates a vacuum. So I feel like this is you coming into some new energy that's going to match your own sense of energetic adventure. I'm getting out more. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm always talking to people as I walk. It's always who you know. Yep. Also taking myself to a comedy show or movie this month. Oh, that's exciting. Yes, I've stopped letting people vent to me in an unproductive way. I got you on the list, dear Ellen. You're the final person today. Yes, I don't have people in my life anymore that talk about others. Big red flag. Absolutely. You're a precious high value cake. I like that. You're so welcome, Bridget. Yes, and gluten free. I think I sent. Yep, I think so. I'll double check, Ella. And thank you, Colleen, for the follow. Hi there, Terry. How are you doing today? All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Stella. Stella, I believe you sent me an email the other day with your question. I just want to confirm if it's the same question. Also, friends, we're at 45.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Okay, thank you for letting me know, dear. I'll refer to that one. We are very close. If you guys tap that screen, we'll be getting that 50K in no time. Before we begin, also Stella, hold on a minute. I'm just pulling you up here. Let's do another intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The boar. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Let me just pull up Stella's question. You're so welcome, Stella. Very happy to help. There is some sensitive information in this reading, so I'm going to keep this personal, and then I'll be doing an energetic read on it. Got you, dear. All right, can I please get, and I'm going to pin up, hold on a minute, let me just pin up Stella here, guys. Make sure to give Stella some love. 4 cards, please. Well. You know, everything everything I keep on, whenever I read into this energy, Um, I really, the thing that's hard for me when I'm reading into this particular energy is it feels very, there's a deep space within this person as it relates to acknowledging that other people have feelings, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on seeing some kind of situation or circumstance where another person just, I see somebody that thought, and again, I know I am not saying that you experienced this in any context, like thought they gave you the gift of, like, I feel like, and again, I feel gross even reading for this. Like, it's like somebody feels like who gave you the gift of a great moment with them, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I see something here where, like someone feels like that was supposed to be some kind of beautiful energetic gift between you and them. And I keep on seeing that the hard situation, and I almost see other people like having conversations with them about this, and being like their perception of what they thought was energetically romantic versus something that literally traumatized you. I keep on seeing, like, I keep on seeing somebody who's like almost in a complete state of denial about the fact that the way that they perceived an evening was not the way that you yourself energetically experienced it, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I just, I just see somebody who, and I remember how I said every time I read into this energy, I hear them saying to themselves, I never promised them anything. That is not the type of conversation that you want to hear. Like, that is not the kind of conversation that you ever want to hear or have with the higher self. Because the funny thing about it is, I almost hear the higher self completely silent, won't even respond to them. Because the space by which you have to look to the higher self and say, I never promised them anything, is already giving the implication of the fact that there was implicit promise that was being stated in the fact that they were creating an energetic connection with you. And so I feel like the thing about it is, I keep on, remember how I said that this is some kind of profoundly miserable energy. This is someone who looks at their life every day as some kind of space of misery, and I keep on hearing, they see things outside of their life as islands of reprieve from the misery of their day-to-day experience, where they feel like they can't be the person that they desire or aspire to be, or they have to conform to others' expectations. And I keep on seeing the gross violation that occurs in that space is it's never occurred to them that others aren't doing the same thing, that they aren't the island of reprieve in another's experience. They are creating these traumatizing moments and trying to paint them as something romantic. But instead, I feel like I just see them like creating tragedies all around themselves, and then trying to convince themselves that it was energetically harmless because it was just supposed to be some kind of escape from the banality of day-to-day experience. It's really painful. And I can see somebody who would rather convince themselves that you're doing something more from a state of greed than from grievance. Like I see somebody who's continually trying to convince themselves that you're doing something more from a state of greed than grievance, that they didn't actually hurt you, but that you're trying to get something from them because it makes them feel better about themselves in the process of that, rather than having to unpack the fact that you've been energetically traumatized from something that you've never been able to fully recover from. So I keep on hearing, like, the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to something is someone that keeps on trying to say to themselves over and over again, greed, not grievance, greed, not grievance. Almost again, refusing, trying to refuse the fact that you actually have feelings, but instead trying to make themselves convinced that you're doing something not because it actually affected you, but because you want something from them. I know that that is not the case. I need to state that even in the space by which I'm reading for that, I understand that that is not at all the shape by which you're feeling. And I see them even knowing in their own hearts that that isn't true. But I feel like it's almost them trying to convince themselves of that rather than doing the deep work and understanding how much hurt they've caused you. Bottom of the deck, like I said, with the King of Cups, I keep on seeing someone that keeps on trying to go through this space of articulating to others that they're a good person. I keep on, I feel like I see someone that's continually trying to go through the act of articulating to others that they're a good person. And I need to stress this. Never are we more in danger than the moments we feel like we have to convince ourselves that we're a good person. Like, it's a space by which we, like, the space by which we have to articulate to another that we are a good person. Something has gone way, like something has gone way off the path if you're trying to explain to another person like why you are a good person. And I literally, like, I keep on hearing, like, good does not require convincing, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's what I keep on hearing from the higher self, which is does not good does not usually require us to convince ourselves that we're doing energetically good. And usually in the moment that we feel like we're having to convince ourselves that we're doing something energetically good, it's like that's usually the space that needs to give us a point of pause, is what I keep on seeing. And that's what I meant in terms of, like, I remember when I said every time I hear this energy, I hear them talking to themselves or saying themselves, like, I never promised them anything, right? But again, even in the space by which I keep on hearing, like, the higher self has gone silent, because it's like the energy that says that's a verb to a predicate. Somebody says, I never promised them anything, doesn't mean that they were clear about their intentions, right? Like, the space by which they're articulating what they didn't do instead of what they did do is saying that there's something about, again, the implications of what they did. I keep on hearing we can harm each other when we're not clear, because when we care about each other, we are very clear about our intentions, right? It doesn't create the space by which another person daydreams about what's going to happen. It doesn't create the space by which they exist in a fantasy of what's going on. We're very clear when we care about each other. We're very clear upon what we can realistically expect to make sure that we don't hurt each other with the misunderstanding on the direction that something may go into. So I feel like this is a continuation of that path work I'm identifying, where another person is, like, almost going through these experiences and having to articulate them, but then having to say, I can almost hear them saying, I almost hear them saying, I'm a good person. Like, they're trying to explain to another person that, like, they were a good person, even if they were doing something that was completely, like, usually we don't have to articulate that we're a good person when we're doing something good. We usually only have to articulate we're a good person when we're trying to identify something that another person is looking at and being like, you know, like, like, I see them, like, it's like good should not require like the space of energetically convincing. And I keep on hearing someone say, I gave them a good experience. And I can almost see someone like looking at them being like, that's what you're gonna like. I see somebody going, that's what you're gonna say. Like I see them being like, that's what you're gonna say. Like someone being like, you're gonna say that the trauma that you experienced was you giving them a good experience. Like I see them, like I see somebody else like turning away from them in the context of them trying to say that that was what they were trying to do, right? And so I keep on seeing, I feel like it's them like continually going through something, and I keep on getting, it's like I see them like almost like working to try to identify like what can create that sense of sustainability, right? Because I almost keep on seeing like I almost see a situation where someone is trying to articulate to another and saying like, what can I give them? And I see someone being like accountability, and I almost see someone being like, like I you know what I mean, like I literally see somebody who's in the space of wanting to deny your energetic experience of something by trying to reinforce the fact that they weren't intending harm. And I keep on hearing someone almost like telling someone, you don't need to intend harm to cause harm, is what I keep on like. I feel like I see somebody like trying to walk them through that. That's like what we mean by empathy. Like I literally see somebody trying to teach someone empathy by saying to them, you don't need to intend harm to cause harm. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella, and sending you so much support on that journey. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we got to 50K. I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, just bear with me a moment. And thank you, Colleen, for the follow. The lip thank, yes. I will double check, Ella. And thank you, Colleen, for the follow. Yeah, I listen, I want to stress this. Nobody can take that from you. I can see, I don't want to describe this person as a soul thief. I think that this is someone who caused a profound amount of trauma to you. I want you to recognize that you're in the process of getting that sense of self back. Okay. I don't want you to give someone that type of power in your life by defining them in that fashion. Okay. You're on your journey of healing, and sending you so much support on that journey, Stella. It feels like a gift of earth. I believe that really thinks, yeah, that's what I meant. I see somebody who literally is convinced themselves that they gave you the gift of a good experience. And I literally see someone trying to teach another person the barest level of empathy. Thank you as well, Pops. Yeah, I'm like, that'll like, listen, like that'll happen. Like if we're far off the mark, our highest self will be like they'll ghost. Yeah. Like that. Like, yeah, get awful quiet in there. Bray, thank you for the follow. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you as well, Agnes. To be honest, it's a tragedy or an emotional. Well, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing like the space by which another person, like I literally see someone saying, I gave them the gift of a good experience. And I see somebody saying that's an awful thing to say. Like I literally see somebody who feels like they're trying to teach another person the barest level of empathy, which says we can hurt each other without energetically intending to. Yeah, sending you support, Agnes. Under all these justifications, does he realize? I think he's afraid. I think they're afraid that it's not greed, is what I keep on saying. I feel like I see someone that's trying to convince themselves that it is, because they're trying to avoid the implication of the fact. I feel like they're in deep denial that they caused harm. Trust me, bro. Yeah. Stella, I feel like I can actually but I didn't do, yeah. But I keep on seeing, somebody that would prefer to feel. Like I see someone being like, what can I do? And another person like trying to explain to them that I keep on seeing someone trying to explain to them that this isn't about getting something, you know? Yeah, I'm sending you so much support, Stella. Absolutely. I had a guy say that to me. My reply was, a good guy never has to convince someone they're good. It's a good point. It's a good point, Bridget. And sending you so much support on that journey, Stella. Yeah, same energy when people brag about good deeds. I'm like, isn't that just about, you're supposed to be good? You're supposed to be. You're just, like, who are you trying to convince me? Exactly. Are we gonna, yeah, exactly. Beautifully said, Alexandra. Yeah, when did human decency become impressive and not the norm? Beautifully said, Bridget. Tap to claim. All right, we're gonna continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Oracle Erica. If you're here, oh, wait. Before we continue, let's do our 50K giveaway. So whoever gets the 50K milestone will be the first person read for tomorrow. I am going to think of a number right now. I do my best, Stella. I wouldn't go that far, but thank you. I appreciate that. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 39. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. Nope. Whoop. I saw it. Wait. I saw it. Back it up. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. I saw it. Hold on a minute. I gotta back up. Minnie, congratulations, dear. I'm just double checking that you were the first person that had it. Yep, congratulations, dear. You got the free reading. We will do that again when we get to 100K. All right, let me just put you here. All right, thank you guys for participating. Excellent. Congratulations, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Oracle Erica. Oracle Erica, if you're here, can you respond? Oh, it's on the disco. Good. Thank you for letting me know. And before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hind. All right, let's continue. Oracle Erica, outside tea. And just bear with me a moment. Let me pin up Oracle Erica here. Guys, make sure to give Oracle Erica some love. Okay. I've been struggling with my mental health pretty severely since 2014. Okay. I had a spiritual awakening after tons of trauma. I ended up, okay. I have gifts. I have since developed more, as I always knew I had them. And it pains me to know I'm supposed to be a healer. I've helped and watched so many thrive, while my mental health has forced me to take a back seat. My ultimate goal is to be a healer and coach and specialize with people who have went through the same struggles. I do very much get in my head as to what if this never lets up. Okay. And I always try to stay positive and keep myself out of victimhood, but being human and witnessing trauma after trauma gets the best of me sometimes. Will this help me manage? Will I ever be able to be a healer? Okay. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And I will always articulate that anything we share here should never replace anything that you're doing in the context of medical. We can't do medical readings here. So we are going to specifically stick to an energetic reading in relationality to how I kind of help support and navigate how you're feeling right now in relationality to the path work, where you are and where you're trying to what you're trying to move towards. Can I please get 4 cards, please? I mean, first and foremost, the overarching message that I see that I want you to kind of navigate is you are never late on your journey. This has been coming through. This is coming through a lot. I'm also getting a reaffirmation that you're never disappointing anyone on your journey, right? I want you to understand. And I feel like that's a lot of the work that I see that you're working to heal from as it relates to situations or circumstances and navigating others' expectations of you. Um, Spirit's first message, Spirit's highest expectation from us in any way, in any fashion, our first directive is to care for the self, to make sure that we are in a good place. Because the best gift that we can create for ourselves is being in a good space, not only for ourselves, but for everyone around us. And you said something really important in the context by which you communicated how you're feeling. You said, I am worried that I'm never going to become the healer that I am meant to be. I want you to understand that you are currently being the healer that you just need to be in the moment that you are working to heal the self. That is the most important healing that you can be doing at this time. And I want you to think about that as Spirit's directive towards you. I want you to understand you are a healer. You are working towards the healing of the self. Sometimes, I keep on hearing, sometimes you fall short of the expectations of that. Sometimes you manage to navigate it. But I want you to stop putting a qualifier on whether you will become one, and instead focus on the fact that you are one. And when you're when you're in the space of healing, there is no definition beyond how well you are doing that, so much as you are working towards it. If you are working towards your healing, you are a healer. You are focusing right now in the space of healing the self, because that is the energetic gift that you're giving back to the self. Don't worry. Don't worry about others right now in the context of that, because I want you to understand you showing up every day in your most stable, healthy space, your impact in being able to hold that energetic frequency has profound impacts, not only on the life that you experience, but also in the life surrounding yours. Okay, there's something important to navigate as it relates to the beauty of a healing journey. And those who go through it, it's understanding that even when we're not trying to facilitate it to others, in the context of us fixing it within ourselves, it starts to have an impact on everything around us. So I want you to understand what you're really trying to do right now is I want you to recognize and say to yourself that you are a healer, and you're working on not allowing your energetic ambition to diminish how far you have come. Because everything, I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing in navigating from some trauma where someone was trying to articulate to you their own energetic disappointment, or trying to put you in some kind of state of blame or feeling badly by the fact that you needed care and support for yourself. And I keep on seeing that some of that inner child healing is you working through the space that you don't need to apologize to anyone in relationality to what you need in order to facilitate something that is healthy for the self. And I keep on saying that a lot of that work that you're learning to do, I want you to think about the fact that you healing right now is all about clearing that throat chakra. And that throat chakra, what's so hard about when we're trying to clear that throat chakra is often, what is the example of a blocked throat chakra? It's feeling like one needs to white knuckle through something, right? It's the feeling of having to just kind of bear it and not articulate upon how one is feeling, or feeling that force of intensity that creates that space or that desire to go inwards. So I want you to think about the fact that they're saying to me that you are currently on the healing journey of healing the self in order to facilitate balancing the energy around you. And you're working on clearing your throat chakra, which is the ability to understand that it's not needy to have a fixed point of need, right? As long as the need isn't here, there, everywhere, where did the need go? Right? Like, it's not the need that's all over the place, really trying to grab it. As long as it's a consistent point of need, that's not needy. That's an energetic standard. So I want you to focus on that. And I want you to take your time in doing that. And I want you to understand that this is you getting energetically stronger on that journey. And there are going to be moments, right? There are going to be moments you slip back, right? There's going to be moments that feel like I keep on feeling like you're going to have moments where it feels like you're going backwards. But I want you to think, I keep on hearing, I want you to think about your healing journey like a glacier, right? How does a glacier move? Like a glacier takes 3 inches forward, pulls back an inch, 3 inches forward, pulls back an inch, right? I don't want you focusing upon the day to day, right? You're going to have good days and bad days. The healing journey is the days, the healing journey is articulated where the good days overcome the bad days, right? And I can see you, and I want you to think about that moment, right? And I feel like, honestly, I feel like a bit of your mantra right now is, I'm doing it again, right? Like I'm doing it again. Like that ability, that's sometimes what the healing journey is. It's not about not doing something. It's about catching yourself when you're starting to regress sooner, right? It's not just saying I'm not going to do it. I'm going to beat myself up when it happens, being like, I, right, okay, I'm starting. No, okay, right. And so I want you to think a lot about, I'm doing it again is path work of calibration, which is learning how to calibrate for those moments where you feel like you're starting to regress back into something. And then what do you do to stop that regression point? You take the time for yourself, right? You start to give yourself the supportive environment you need. So I want you to kind of work through this right now. And I want, more than anything, I want to make sure that you're celebrating your victories, because I already see the fact, I think you've made a lot of accomplishments, particularly in the space of, like, I'm seeing like the last 2 years. I don't want you to diminish how far you've come with the ambition on how far you hope to reach. I want you to be building upon and setting those reasonable expectations and understanding that everything, like everything comes towards you in the context of time, but your highest priority is just working on stabilization through it, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, I gotta be honest, I see the fact, I feel like I see some kind of space, and I want you to kind of like, I would be very attentive. Um, in relationality, I feel like I'm sensing something here. In relationality to, there's something, there's some past life implications here that I'm identifying. And I think it has to do with the fact that I feel like there was some kind of healing in a past life context. And I feel like it's almost articulated in the fact that you said, I'm afraid I'll never become the healer I'm meant to be. I want you to ask yourself, is that a past life wound because you already were that? Is what I keep on seeing. Like I'm almost sensing, like I almost feel like you're kind of in the space of like working through some kind of past life wound here in relationality to the fact that you said that you're like, I keep on hearing, like I almost feel like you have to have that conversation saying, where, like I want you writing down what some of those feelings are, is what I keep on seeing. Because I almost feel like there's some kind of energetic past life connection and relationality to you saying, having some kind of fear in making, I feel like the space by which you're trying to articulate the fact that you're trying to reach a certain point is almost saying to me that there's something about the fact, I keep on hearing your higher self saying, I want you to entertain the possibility that you always have been that. And some of that, like anxiety, is you remembering or experiencing something that, like I keep on hearing, like, I don't want you to think of it so much as a standard you're failing, as like a deep remembering of something that was energetically important to you and continues to move through you. I keep on hearing, that's the thing about it. Like I keep on hearing, when healing's your birthright, it's never about doing it right. It's about doing it with intention, right? It's quality over quantity. So don't concentrate so much in feeling the space of pressure as it relates to how you're helping others. I keep on hearing, never do you help others more than when you get yourself right, right? Never do you become the energetic gift by embodying the healing. So I want you to work on, like, I feel like that's your mantra, which is saying, I'm embodying the healing, which is you're working in the context of healing yourself. And even in, I keep on hearing, even in the context of healing yourself, I want you to recognize that you're healing the energy around you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Oracle Erica. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 53.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And thank you again so much for having that reading with me, Oracle Eric, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. Good to see you, witches. Hope you're doing well today. Self-care first, always. Tap to claim, Agnes. Thank you for those gifts, witches. Hope you're having a beautiful day, and thank you for confirmation on the reading. True, good. Keep up with those and essential oils to give you a boost. Beautifully said. Right where you're meant to be. Easy with yourself. Beautifully said. I am a healer. Tap to claim. It's been so much fun. Absolutely. Sending you some, no, don't, it's okay. Sending you support, dear. You are not a burden. I want you to recognize that. You are a blessing, not a burden to those that you're in the experience of being with. Right? But I know how heavy it can energetically sometimes feel when we're working through heavy things. Yep. I resonate with your reading. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I needed to hear this as well. Thank you, Ava. You're so welcome. So much better than a confessional. So good to see you, witches. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Please, I claim it. That's a really beautiful way to put it. Thank you, Per, for being here and receiving these messages. I definitely feel that. Intuition, it has to do with intuition. Ooh, why don't you post that in the disco? I'd love to check that out, Fig. And Cassie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, dear. I needed that, absolutely. All right. And thank you so much. Thank you guys for the energy is hype, and I'm here for it. So good to see you, witches. I hope you're having a beautiful day. We're gonna be starting the 1 card shortly, Lisa. We've got 3 more readings today, and then we'll be doing the 1 cards. Oh, thank you, dear. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good start to the eclipse season. This energy right now is wacky. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'm very happy to hear that, witches. All right, and guys, we are at 54.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. While we wait for Addison, let's do a intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The water dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I've got you, bookcase. Let's pin you up here. Thank you for those. Thank you for recharging your heart, me rainbow. So good to see you as well today. Highest priority about developments in my living situation, please. 4 cards, please. And 2 more. Oh, wow. What is going on here? Good Lord. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna, I mean, I keep on getting the message, something happening right now that feels bittersweet is what I'm getting. Um, it's not, yeah, I'm happy to show you the cards. So I know you want to see them. But this is what I mean. Like, it's giving me I'll show you the card. I've got a 3 of cups. This is what I mean by bittersweet. I got a 3 of cups, a 5 of cups, a 9 of coins in its reversal, and an 8 of cups in its upright. And so it's saying to me, you know, I feel like there's something important that I see that's happening right now in relationality to energetic alignment. You know, like I feel like I see something that from an energetic perspective, I'm also, hold on, I'm going to pin up, I'm also going to just pin up, where'd she go? Oh, okay, where did they go? A minute. All right, I pinned up Bookcase here. Make sure to give Bookcase some love. Like I see something that in the vibration of energy feels like something that is coming together. And I feel like the word I keep on identifying on something is the word together. And I feel like the hard part about it is I feel like there's some energy that, and this has been coming, man, this has been coming through ever since we started reading into this eclipse. That is like it's interesting. I keep on hearing the words, they're maturing out of your cycle. And the thing I keep on getting when we talk about maturing out of a cycle is the space by which we look to another and say, it's not a phase, is what I keep on seeing. And I need to identify, like, I feel like I'm going to work you through something that's very hard in relationality to manifestation goals. And this is why we often work through manifestation goals in the tangible, because there's some things that we like up here. Some things feel good up here, but then when we have them in the physical, we go, this is not what it felt like in there, because the brain has a really hard time navigating like what pain feels like or what something feels like. Everything feels good in here, but it's when we get it out in the tangible, are we really able to understand like what we are actually able to show up for versus what feels like it is too intense for us. And this is why those with wisdom, it's really nice when you meet someone with wisdom, because someone with wisdom will usually be like, yeah, I know the difference between what's up here versus what is tangibly possible. And when we're working in alignment, like with our words and our actions, it's not just the space by which we articulate something that's nice, but we're also energetically ready to take on the energetic responsibilities of what it takes to actually have something that feels like it's sustainable. So the bright spot is I feel like there's something important that's happening for you as it relates to identifying energetically sustainable energy in relationality to manifestation goals, which is the space by which another person is not looking at something and saying it's all sunshine and rainbows, but is also able to do the heavy work that's necessary to allow, I keep wondering, you have to be willing to you have to be willing to do the work to have the sunshine and rainbows is what I keep on saying. You can't have the sunshine and rainbows if you're not willing to get your hands dirty, is what I keep on saying. You got to be able, like, it's proportional, is what I see. Like, you have to be able to do the work to have all of the sunshine and rainbows. So I feel like I see, on one hand, I see like a lot of positivity as it relates to some kind of flourishing in regard to building into the context of an energetic relationship that can navigate the enormity of some kind of vision, is what I keep on seeing. At the same time, I do feel like there's some kind of fundamental separation that may be occurring around you in relationality to someone that may have articulated like the desire for something, right? Like may have articulated the desire, the nicety of it, but doesn't have the capacity to energetically like navigate, um, like um, navigate like the intensity of something, as it were. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me it's giving me a little bit of it's giving me a little bit of some kind of energy that um and I want to describe this because and I need like the thing I keep on seeing here is why we don't just say okay when we're not comfortable with something, but we just go along with it, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's some kind of experience you're navigating, and this is why we don't often feel safe. Like when somebody articulates and says, it's fine. Like I keep wondering, never are we further from fine than when someone says to us, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like it's like, no, it's not fine. It's not fine. You know what I mean? Like that's when we start feeling. I keep on hearing when we don't trust each other to communicate on our energetic discomfort, it can create a lot of anxiety because I keep on hearing our fineness should not be something that feels like you have to suss it out, is what I keep on seeing. Or the identification of someone that articulates that something's fine when nothing could be further from fine, is what I keep on seeing. And that's why I keep on hearing it's not about being fine, it's about being energetically honest, because I keep on seeing sometimes sometimes when we articulate and we're not prioritizing the care of ourselves, it can create an anxiety point in relationality to being able to like trust what another person says is how they energetically feel. And I keep on hearing we build into the context of the authenticity we create with one another by making sure that we articulate upon how we feel in order to have our needs met. So I feel like that's what I meant in relationality to something. On one hand, I see something coming together towards you in a very beautiful way. I feel like there's a lot of that energetic alignment that is currently happening at this time. But at the same time, I see some kind of situation that may be feeling like it's reaching a bit of a breaking point. And I keep on seeing like the space by which you may be feeling like there's a breaking point might be articulated by the feeling of, again, someone who is not being authentic about their fineness, which can sometimes create the feeling of having to like dance on eggshells around someone in the space by which it's like they're saying that they're fine, but everything that I keep wondering, like it's a space by which someone says they're fine, but everything they're doing is like effectively indicating otherwise, which can sometimes create a lot of trauma in that because we're not able to build into the authenticity in relationality to being able to like talk about something instead of energetically harboring something. Bottom of the deck on this reading, like I said, what's interesting about this is like it's a very bittersweet reading. You know, it's a very bittersweet reading because I see something coming together for you right now in some kind of big way. I feel like I see some kind of energy that feels reaffirming, but I keep on seeing like it, and I keep on hearing um never is it more painful than when we're going through the experience of someone that is has identified the fact that they're not ready to embody a manifestation goal. And I keep on hearing we can't blame each other for that. Remember when I said that sometimes things feel good up here, right? But then in the tangibility part, it's like it's not as easy as it's not what we thought it would feel like. I like to point this out. When we're in a healthy space, we just recognize that. It's not a bad thing. Like the space by which we say, I thought I was going to be ready for this and I'm not. that's often a space by which we identify our own like healthiness, because we don't feel the need to just kind of like go with something if it's not energetically for us. But I feel like there's some kind of energy here. And this is why it can feel so problematic, is when somebody says that something's okay, but everything they're broadcasting is the fact that it's not. You know, I like to point out a healthy manifestation goal is one that we move towards with enthusiasm, is what I keep on saying, which is the space by which we articulate our delight or pleasure that something is moving in accordance with what it is that we aspire and desire it to be. And that's why I feel like it's a little bit hard here, because I almost see you like navigating through another person's like reluctance, but even more so, potentially the reluctance that feels like they're not able to articulate upon it, or someone like it's like I keep on hearing it's like the space by which another person says they're fine, but it feels like something is clearly wrong. So I keep on seeing like make sure you're having those productive conversations, because I keep on hearing a healthy relationship can navigate a hard conversation. I feel like I almost see somebody um, like and I like it almost like I don't know why it's like I feel like you're working through some kind of energy of someone who's like got the anxiety of being left out, but then like the anxiety of feeling like one is left out creates the self-fulfilling prophecy of being left out, is what I keep on seeing, because it's like it's giving you like a lot of that type of energy, which is the space by which it's like, you know, I feel like it's almost like it's having to like it's like I feel like it's like you can do everything you can to help another person find their own comfortability point, but you can't. I keep on hearing like you almost say to someone like, you know, it's like I keep on hearing the word like we when we care about each other, we advocate for how we're feeling, so that another person doesn't inadvertently hurt us without meaning to. Is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Addison. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for or the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, we're at 56.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Ooh, thank you, witches. Absolutely. We did already do the 50K, Hannah. And thank you as well. What are the cards? It's all over, isn't it? It's not all over. I keep on seeing. Yep, thank you. Tapping is clapping. Thank you, witches. I appreciate you. Leo rising, sunshine for this rainbow. Tap to claim rainbow. Hi there. Fawning when we say okay to something we don't want. I mean, like that's the thing about it. We want to be like we always want to be conscientious of making sure that we're not doing something in that capacity. Because I keep on seeing that when we're doing that, we're not advocating for ourselves, and I keep wondering we're not doing anyone around us any courtesy. Hi there, little vamp. Fun fact: Sabian symbol 26, and my Leo Saturn rainbow after storm. Oh, I love that rainbow, sunshine and rainbow. Yes, not at 100K. You hit the nail right on the head. Thank you for confirmation, bookcase. Yes, my Saturn's also conjunct with Persephone. Oh, that's really cool. And the hummingbird. So when I see a hummingbird or rainbows in particular, it reminds me of Saturn. That's intriguing. All right, where were we? Thank you. I'm moving away from old dreams and towards new ones. And that's what I feel like that's what I meant in relationality to like that bittersweetness. Like I almost see you kind of in the midst of like closing a cycle, but I keep on feeling like there's something very energetically beneficial there. Like it feels like it's a good thing, but it's also like I feel like it's like I see you like understanding the implications of something that you're moving towards that is like defining how far you yourself have come. You know, like I feel like there's a lot of that there. Make sure that you're pacing yourself, because I feel like it's like coming together in a big way, but it's coming through very quickly. Is what I keep on seeing. Yes, absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Alexandra's question, let's do another intuition check. Whoop! What's going on, Alexandra? Why did all these cards just fall? What's going on? What kind of download did you get? You're so welcome, bookcase. All right, we're gonna hold on. We're gonna get. I gotta pick up all these cards. Just let's do the intuition check. I'm gonna count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You don't have to apologize for it. It's fine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Hind. She's been coming out a lot today. All right, it's fine. I got to pick up all these cards. Hold on a bit. I already like, hold on. Really? Okay. Good Lord. Give me a second. I mean, this is your reading. Just bear with me. I got to get all the cards out. What are we doing? A dream? What is this? This is like a download. Good Lord. Okay, hold on. It's fine. It's not your reading, Nikki. It's fine. I gotta figure out what's going on here. Hold on a minute. Please hold. Alexandra's cards just went crazy. All right, let me find it here. And hold on, let me pin up. Hold on. Everything is fine. Well done. Okay. Oh, really? That seems accurate to this reading. Okay, I got you, Alexandra. Hold on, dear. Okay. All right. And guys, I've just pinned up Alexandra. Make sure to give them some love. Hold on a minute. Oh, where are we? Is this inside tea or outside tea? Hold on. Bop, bop. Oh, I've got it here. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, okay. This makes a lot of sense in the context. Yeah, I see it. Yep. Give me a sec, because there's a lot to unpack here. All right, guys, just please hold on a minute. I need to read this, and then we'll do the reading. Oh. Hmm. Oh, jeez. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna give you the reading that I'm having right now, and it's coming through as a strong one, because this is some really deep. There's a few different messages that are coming through right now, and the messages are all coming from your guides. First and foremost, has to do with inner child healing in the deepest, most profound level. which is adults do not ask children to keep secrets. I want you to write that down somewhere, because there's something in relationality to you having to heal and work through a process of trauma that needs to start there. Adults do not ask children to keep their secrets, which is the space by which we give something to someone that is so incendiary that it burns their hands to hold it. That is how we hurt them. When we care about each other, we do not put things in each other's hands and tell each other that we are now burdened with holding it, and then requiring us to withhold it. You can't be in a space where you give something to someone incendiary and then expect that they have to be energetically mindful of it. When we articulate to another person something, we give them the responsibility of navigating what to do with it. And you have to understand, this is someone with deep boundary issues. This is someone who traumatized you and another energetic connection. And the trauma came via a lack of boundaries. And what does a lack of boundaries look like? I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't tell anybody. That is someone without boundary issues, particularly if they tell you something that is so awful or so devastating that they recognize that in order to that you would have to be completely unreasonable in terms of how to navigate it. We don't put things in each other's hands that would burn that would burn each other. We don't do it. That is the shape of the trauma that someone was doing to you. And I think that the first thing, and especially, and I got to tell you right now, especially if they recognized that something that they gave you would put a wedge between you and another person if it ever got out that they told you and only you in the first place. That was someone that was being that is an ego-driven person that was creating energetic conflict by having a lack of boundaries that centers themselves in the experiences of another. And the space by which, and there's something to be navigated in the recognition of someone putting you in an energetically impossible situation where there is absolutely nothing you can do that would be the right thing beyond violating the trust that they gave you in telling you something. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to start forgiving yourself. I want you to recognize that often trauma, you have to understand, trauma is the space of something that makes no sense. And if someone gave you something that feels like it's crazy that they told you about it, it's crazier that they made you carry it, and it's crazier that they told you that you couldn't tell anyone about it, that was someone traumatizing you. That was someone traumatizing you. And your ability to navigate that trauma is also one that you have to look at it like that. And you have to have the energy around you that is also understanding that that trauma affected them as well. Don't let something traumatizing pit you and another person against each other. Understand the shape of the trauma that is affecting both of you is articulated by someone who lacks boundaries and then would drive wedges between you and another person by telling you something and then saying, now the bond between you and me is greater than the bond between them and you, because now I get to test you to see who you care about more. Do you care about the fiery thing I gave you, or are you going to tell them? That is inappropriate behavior. And the first rule when we care about each other is adults do not tell children secrets. There is nothing in this conversation that you're having with another person that doesn't even matter what the subject is. It has to talk about the trauma that was created in the inappropriateness of someone asking you to do something energetically impossible. Don't allow someone without a lack of boundaries to drive a wedge between you and another person. And again, if the other person feels like you did not do the right thing, there can be a conversation about the fact of what they would have done differently. But I also have to understand the force and shape of the care that we give each other is the recognition that while we might not necessarily do something perfectly, we are always trying to learn. We're always trying to recognize. And in the space by which another person, and I keep on hearing, if someone is coming towards you in that moment and saying, how dare you, instead of I understand the impossible situation another person put you in, I want you guys to start communicating with each other the compassion that you need to have in that moment. And I feel like, and I will even say it might be an appropriate time to bring in somebody outside of a situation to help you resolve the space. Because I need to say, this is why all these cards came out. They're saying, don't get caught on the single circumstance. Recognize the shape of a trauma that would try to test your energy of commitment by telling you something that any reasonable person would share, and then would say, you violate me by sharing it. Our love, we've talked a lot about this here, our love is honoring each other's choices. Spirit is clear on this. Our love is honoring each other's choices, unless something that we are choosing to do comes at the detriment of the self. And I keep on seeing that the space by which you had to navigate that choice, you have to have compassion for yourself. You have to have compassion for the fact that you were put in an impossible moment. You have to have compassion for the fact that there was that it was testing, that someone was literally testing your loyalty to them by making you damage another relationship in the process. And you have to have compassion for understanding that when we care about each other, we work to never put each other in impossible situations. Love is the force that works to protect each other from having to navigate something that is so energetically painful. And I think that the space by which you and another person heal, the first step is the observation of the impossible situation that another person puts you in, not getting upset at each other about how you didn't navigate the impossible situation in the way that one another would have done so. When we are in an impossible situation, we should not get in debates as to how to navigate it. But the conversation is about the fact that it never, like, this is the shape of trauma. You never should have been put in that situation in the first place. I definitely feel that there's healing to be found here. It's going to take time. And I feel like even in the space by which, and I keep on seeing like the most important thing that you have to have between you and another person is, I keep on seeing, when we care about each other, we don't work to destabilize connections by testing loyalty. And I got to tell you, everything about this feels like an energetic loyalty test. And that space, I keep on seeing, when we're trying to facilitate what is best, there should never have to be any context of a loyalty test. And I keep on seeing like your own ability of articulating and trying to navigate a situation and doing the best. Don't like allow the understanding of working through both the difficulty of a situation you were placed in and also potentially having the conversation on what you could have done more effectively is often articulated by another person saying, this is what I would have done. I don't blame you for what you did. This is how I would have navigated it. I keep on hearing hindsight is 2020, because hindsight is profoundly faulty. It's very easy to look back on circumstances in the moment that something has occurred to be able to say, oh, this is what you should have done. But not knowing what to do and being afraid of the implications of doing something in the wrong way, I keep on seeing that I think that one of the words that you identified that was most important is navigating something that was outside of your control. Sometimes we have to navigate through circumstances and there is no right thing to do. It's just doing the thing that causes the least harm. So I feel like there's a conversation to be had in relationality to harm reduction, or what you could have, like, potentially what you could have identified or recognized that you could do more effectively, but not taking it too personally. Like I keep on hearing healing in the space, that there's something that you would do different, while also recognizing that being, like I keep on hearing, being being in the space of caring about each other should not require us to have to be able to play some kind of 4D chess in relationality to being a mind reader. But sometimes it can feel like that with someone who has a lack of boundaries, because it's not potentially being able to recognize the direction by which another person is giving us versus what they actually want us to do with it, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, like I said, you know, I keep on feeling like the important thing to identify is where is the shape of the trauma that occurred. Trauma, I got to describe, like, we talk a lot about this here. Trauma is senseless pain, something that does not need to be painful, that becomes really profoundly painful. And again, the shape by which someone gives us an unreasonable demand, the shape by which someone gives us something and then says, you know, like the direction, often trauma comes in the space by which someone gives us a direction that is so profound, like so profoundly wrong, that they never should have given it to us in the first place. So I feel like this is you and another person having to heal in the space of another person sharing something with you that honestly, like I keep on seeing, like, why, like the space by which you say, why did you feel the need to share that? You know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing, and it's not enough to say, I want to be honest. Honesty can hurt us more than just not articulating something. Honesty, I keep on hearing, honesty is not a reason to share things. Honesty, we talk a lot about the fact that like honesty is like hot water. You can throw honesty in someone's face, and if they're not prepared for it, cause profound more damage with the honesty than if you just not mention something in the first place. Simultaneously, you can ease, when we care about each other, you ease each other into hard truths. And so I see a situation, again, if someone gave you something that they never should have given you, and then they said, well, I just wanted to do it, I did it for the sake of honesty, that is traumatizing. We don't need to give everybody everything, because it's not about being honest. It's about the force of compassion as to whether we want to burden someone with something that they don't need, that doesn't make it easier for them, but makes it energetically harder for them. And I feel like that's the thing that needs to be navigated here. Someone burdened you with an honesty on something, and the question needs to be less on what you did with it, but how could they do that to you? So I feel like that ability of being able to recognize that ability of being able to energetically work through it. And I keep on hearing, like I said, like the space by which someone says, you know, I keep on hearing, I never told anyone this before, right? Like it's often that space by which we try to build intimacy with someone by trying to make them keep some kind of energetic secret, that even in the context of carrying it feels like the weight and force of the trauma. So I feel like there's a lot of that space of helping another person heal. But I feel like the thing that needs to be happening is not getting it into our argumentation point upon what you should have done with it, but rather about how inappropriate it was for someone to do it in the first place. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra, and sending you so much support on this journey. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here, to experience them. And I feel like I keep on hearing the word like, um, there's something important that I keep on identifying as well. And and there's something really significant, which is the space by which we understand that when someone says, I can't help it, like if they have no control over something, that is literally the space by which it is okay to get help with it. That when someone says, I have no control, that is the amplification of being able to bring out in outside intervention, because I keep on seeing that the space by which another person says, I'm giving you this because I have no control of it, is not one where I keep on seeing that we offload that onto another, but that we take energetically responsibility for being able to be in a healthy space is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing, not burdening another person with the responsibility of navigating something incendiary. Thank you again for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed for today, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give information on any of those in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I can see it, dear. Sending you support, Alexandra. And Rosa, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's as I said, it's the identification of someone putting you in a lose-lose situation. They didn't even think about how I would carry it. Exactly. My daughter needed to hear this. Sending you support, Fig. Inappropriate. Totally inappropriate. Thank you for the reading. You're so welcome, Fig. I feel like I have to carry that for the rest of my life, especially if things go south. No, I see it. Like, and that's what I mean. It's like, and I keep on seeing like this space, I keep on hearing the space by which someone gives you something that is like incendiary to that capacity is the space by which I keep on seeing like your responsibility from that point becomes how you choose to carry it. I keep on hearing nobody can judge you for that. It's like I keep on hearing it's like them giving that to you is like, see, like that's what I mean about like working through the boundary issue. I'm bawling my eyes out when you said you have to forgive yourself. That is not something, that is something that someone put on you. It's not a fair position to put anyone in. Yes, I feel every part of this reading just change, tell to do. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I needed to hear you can't get angry at how one navigated the situation because you would have done it differently. You absolutely can't. Again, hindsight's 20/20 because hindsight's perfect. I'm not surprised. Sometimes I don't think they see me as a person. But I keep on seeing like we don't build intimacy by feeling the need to share everything with us. And I keep on hearing someone with like no boundaries as it relates to intimacy will tell us things that are not appropriate to know, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's the level I can see someone being like, I'm just being honest, and being like, it's not about honesty. It's about whether another person wants that honesty, you know? Happy to, the list is closed right now, Jillian, but we will be doing 1 card shortly. We got one more reading before we start 1 cards if you'd like to have a 1 card pulled, or you can get on the list for tomorrow. You're so welcome, dear. I hope that message helped. And I feel like it's like I see like that's the space by which you and another person can heal through something, and being traumatized together is the space by which one person is denied something and another person is given it. And it's a space by which another person is putting trying to drive a wedge between you and another person by not giving you I keep on hearing don't let someone drive wedges by giving you something and then saying, okay, you can't tell them, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. That is the shape of being able to heal from something that feels like it's like the truth that someone gives you that is intended to drive a wedge. instead of understanding, like by understanding, having empathy for the position that it puts you in. Thank you again for having that reading with me, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Pamela. Pamela, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. One moment, please, too. Hold on a minute, and we'll get started in just a moment. All right, are you, thank you for letting me know you emailed. I'm looking for it now. Just a second, dear. Okay, I just need 1 moment and we will continue. I'll be back in a second. We'll continue our reading. All right. Where were we? All right, let's continue right now. I've got you up here. And then is this inside T or outside T? Hold on a minute. I got it here. Oh, okay, got you, dear. All right, I just need a moment to read over this message. Just bear with me and we'll continue. And just a reminder, we're going to be starting 1 cards after this reading. So if you are a subscriber and would like a 1 card, just stick around momentarily and we'll start the 1 cards. If you'd like to become a subscriber to receive a 1 card, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you can have a 1 card reading. And if you are a subscriber and would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your standard 1 card, make sure that you're recharging your heart needs to also have that animal spirit guide card. Oh. Oh, I got you, dear. All right. Sending you so much support on this journey. And I'm going to pin up Ella here. Make sure to give Ella some love. 4 cards, please. I mean, I think the most important thing that you articulated in what you sent me has to be the space by which you talked about the space of making amends is what I keep on seeing. And I also think it's important that you identified the fact that you spoke about making amends, but feeling like it was never enough. When we are when we are working through what is healthy, we make reasonable expectations on one another in relationality to what it is that we can actually do to fix something versus what is outside or beyond our own purview to fix. And I feel like there's something really important in relationality to your healing journey, but also working through the shape of the trauma that you yourself are continuing to heal from. Because you identified that there was some kind of context by which you experienced trauma in terms of another person refusing to believe you, right? Like you literally identified the fact that there was a past situation where another person refused to believe you and that there was nothing that you could do to get them to believe that something was energetically wrong until it was very clear that it was. I want you to recognize that I feel like to a certain extent you're still working through that trauma, albeit in the guise of those energies that are around you, which is the space I keep on hearing when we are working through healthy relationship, we shouldn't feel like we need to prove anything to one another. It shouldn't feel like there should be the context by which we tell another person that we care about them and another person says, prove it, that is the trauma. That right there. That is what you're healing from. And I want you to recognize that. I want you to write down, healthy love is not about proving things. It's about appreciating how much we care about each other and doing what we can, but not being overly demanding. And I feel like, again, and I do feel like there's something that's working through, and I know how difficult this is, but there's something about that connection by which it's embodying and recognizing that the same thing that you're working to heal from um, in past connection is kind of you answering the call in the present one. And I feel like the ability to understand how we answer that call is understanding that when we care about each other, we are there to support each other. We are there to give each other the things that we need. We are there to communicate upon our needs. But healthy relationship does not require us to bend over backwards for navigating uncertain rules, and further feeling the perpetual sense that we're letting down someone or energetically perpetually disappointing another. That is needy energy, right? It's very convenient to traumatize someone by saying, you can never make this up to me. But fortunate for you, you've got the rest of your life to try, right? You don't get to do that. You don't get to inhabit a space where you say to someone, you will never make this up to me, but also you have to spend the rest of your life trying. We either come into the space that we articulate, this is what you can do to heal that, or we come into the space and say, I can't ever forgive you. I want the distance. It's fine. You don't get to exist in the liminal space where you get to have someone in your life and say, I will never forgive you, but also you can't go anywhere. And I think it's requiring you. Like, I feel like the thing that's kind of requiring you to do is embody a bit of that Queen of Swords energy. It's embodying the space by which I can almost see you saying, like, look, I'm going to honor, like the force of care is being able to honor what another person desires of us, right? The space by which we listen to what they're articulating, that the type of relationship that they want for us. We talk about what we would aspire for, but then we articulate and say to another person, I want you to be clear. I would like to have something different between you. This is me honoring your boundaries. I'm here if you need me. I'm here at a moment's call. You say the word, I'm happy to come, I'm happy to step into this more. But also not requiring you to have to do all the legwork. I keep on hearing, make sure someone is not creating that space where they're saying, I will never forgive you, where are you? Which is the space by which they're requiring you to anticipate their needs instead of just asking for things, because that is where the trauma lives. The trauma lives, the trauma that you're healing from is the trauma of someone that was requiring you to anticipate their needs instead of asking for things. Trauma gets carried down. So I feel like there's something about that energy, having been around that, that is similarly treating you in an unhealthy way, which is the space by which they say, if like, don't let someone get mad at you for not anticipating their needs instead of asking for things, which says, again, you can say to someone, do you need anything? And if they say no, you go, okay, but then they can't get mad at you if they go, I needed that, where were you? And being like, you did not say so, I asked. And I feel like that is something that you need to continue. And I feel like this is you kind of finding your voice. This is you articulating to another and saying, and I just keep on hearing the same message coming through over and over and over again. You can't be in a space where you demand another person anticipate your need without asking for things, because that is traumatizing. So I feel like that is the space by which you say, like, look, this is what I can do. Do you need anything? Okay. If anything changes, you let me know. And you can tell them, you can say, this is what I would love. This is what I would aspire for. You can share your dreams to another I keep hearing, you can share your dreams to another without forcing a door, which is the space by which you can say to another person, I would love if we could, I love if we could see each other more. I'm happy to facilitate that. I would like to work on building this connection, but I also honor the space if that is not something that you desire. But the one thing I want you to avoid, and I want you to call them out if this happens, is the space by which someone is expecting you to anticipate their needs without asking for things. Don't let someone get mad at you and say, why weren't you there if they didn't invite you? Don't let them say, I can't believe they didn't do that. If you've been asking over and over and over again for something and they've been continuing to decline, because I keep on seeing that there's something important that you're working to heal in relationality to a boundary issue. And a boundary issue is literally the articulation of, again, expecting someone to be able to read another's mind. Like, you should not have to be a mind reader in order to build into a healthy connection. You also deserve that same force of intention, if you will. It's not too much to ask if it's reciprocal. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Hermit. I see some kind of pathwork here of someone building in, it's building into the space by which another person. It's interesting too, because it kind of speaks towards the reading that we just had with Alexandra to a certain extent, which is like, when we care about one another, we don't try to drive wedges in relationships, is what I keep on seeing. Right? We don't try to energetically drive wedges. We allow another person to build their own sense of intention. So I feel like there's something really significant there in relationality to, I keep on hearing, making sure that you're not getting into some kind of, it's giving me like some kind of energy. And I'll always like, make sure you're never coming into that energy that says like, you're either with me or against me, or choose them or me, because I keep on hearing the space by which we honor each other's choices is one that we never force a choice onto someone, is what I keep on seeing. So if it does feel like, to me, like there's something about that vibration of someone like trying to like, is there some kind of situation here where energy is trying to like jockey for favor for from somebody? You know, like there's something a little odd here that I'm reading into in relationality to like seeking someone's approval. It's not yours though, is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me some kind of like old trauma that's going through in someone, like it's giving me a little bit of pick me energy. Like someone who's like still working in the context of trying to build into another person's approval. But I keep on hearing that the space by which we I keep on hearing the space by which we care about each other isn't the space by which we articulate like it's giving me like I keep on hearing there are no favorites, and it's not coming from you. There are no favorites in relationship, but like there's almost something a little here of another person that may kind of go into that pathwork of saying like, oh, you're like, you know what I mean, like this is why that never works out in someone's favor, is what I keep on seeing. Because the space by which another person says like it doesn't have to be that way is the space by which another person, like I feel like that's kind of the space by which you have to say like I'm not going to participate in something that makes me effectively choose something, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like almost the space by which you're able to say to another person that care or that love is something that you share equally, not working through. Like I feel like this is a lot of like you and a lot of other energy working through some kind of unhealthy karma, a situation that often made you feel like you were trying like being forced to choose upon something, is what I keep on seeing. So again, if that's something that like you yourself are working on healing, I think like you kind of already doing that work if you're taking accountability on something that you could do better or you wish you could have done better. But I almost feel like again, it's making sure that someone's giving you the reasonable expectation on what it is that you could actually do to heal something. Because I keep on hearing like healthy relationship doesn't say you'll never make it up to me, but it's okay. You can just spend the rest of your life trying. Is what I keep on saying. It's like you don't get to have that. You don't get to have that space of someone like falling over themselves, perpetually trying to come back into someone's good graces. I keep on hearing we either forgive someone or we don't forgive them. Is what I keep on hearing. We don't create the vortex of someone just continually pouring effort into trying to energetically resolve something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ellen. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on for tomorrow. You'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Annie, thank you so much for the follow. Hold on a minute, dear. You're so welcome, Alexandra. The readings resonate with me so much, causing me to have to face some things that I might. I hope they're helping in a positive way, observer. Yep, I got you, dear. And thank you for those gifts, Per. I do not know the details, of course. I feel the awfulness of secret keeping. Sending you support, Rainbow. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Girl, there are songs about you. Oh, sending you support, dear. I've tried so hard. The bar is always raised. But here's the thing, like that's what I mean. Like I feel like it's a space by which you have to say, like, look, like we need to stop this. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's you kind of having to honor yourself and say, like, look, this is what I can do and this is what I can't do. I've been doing my self-work for years, not slacking at all. Sending you support on that. Yes. And several others acting as if I haven't been struggling to save my own life for so long. Sending you so much support. And I feel like there's something important there or valuable about you articulating upon, like I keep on hearing, like managing reasonable expectations, which is the space I keep on hearing. Love does not require us to be perfect. It just requires us to take accountability on what it is we're trying to do better. And thank you as well for the follow, Annie. Delta, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes, it's like I'm expected to try. And that's the thing. That's traumatizing. You should not be in a space where someone says that they won't forgive you, but they'll expect you to try for like perpetually. You have to be in a space of navigating reasonable expectation. It might even be a time to kind of talk about potentially getting some outside intervention if you feel like that's occurring. You know? Yes, an open conversation. Yes, I'm just supposed to be right there, but no reciprocity. The only way some people are not ready if this is a different story. Mind reading is not desirable for healthy relationship. No, absolutely not. We got some wedge driving pros involved, unfortunately. I'm sending you so much support, Ella. Not forcing a side, but they're choosing to choose sides. And I keep on, here's the thing. Often energy matures out of that, which is a space in which you say, like, I'm not going to engage, but recognize my door is open if you're ready to have that conversation, Yes, one of them competes for having others. Oh, sending you support, dear. Too old to still be acting like that. Oh, sending you so much support. Definitely past life connections as well. It's a perpetual struggle. But here's the thing. If it's a perpetual struggle and you're saying, like, look, I care about you, but I refuse to engage in something that I don't feel is healthy, that is also you being supportive and giving someone the observation that there's a different way. Don't disqualify that. Sometimes you just need to give time to situations like that. You're so welcome, Alice. Sending you so much support on your journey. All right, friends, we're going to start on one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button. And if you'd like an animal spirit, please recharge your heart needs. I got you, Lisa. Can we articulate on the lesson this eclipse season is teaching me? I feel like it has a lot to do with recognizing how far you've changed. I keep on hearing if you're making different choices, you're supposed to, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, like it's giving me like a little bit of this energy. It's giving me like you having to navigate some kind of stick in the mud energy, which is being like somebody being like, you've changed, and you being like, we're supposed to change. Like we're supposed to change. Like we're supposed to change. Animal spirit God. Yeah, the wolf, right? Like I almost see some kind of like, it feels almost like some kind of energy, like working through some, like never are we so far that someone like complains about something that's a compliment, right? It's almost like showing me like somebody who's fixated on you because they're like, you're always doing that, and being like, why are you so energetically invested in something that's not important, Bridget, one card on how Hazel's doing, please. I told every time I read for this, I feel like this is energy that gets into hijinks when you're not there. They're like, oh, I'm on all the stuff I'm not supposed to be on. So I keep on seeing. They're fine. It says to me they're fine. Like they realize that you're doing something, like it feels a little bit like energy that's like, I feel like it's like the energy that's like, I'm going to take full advantage of the fact that animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, like the earth dragon. This is like I said, like this is them in their lair. They're like, when mom's away. Like it's giving me a lot of that type of energy. They're fine. Mel, one card general, please. Page of it's so funny because I was about to say Page of Swords, but it almost came out Page of Sorrows, which is almost like working through somebody who's like constantly in the space of feeling bad for themselves, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing you can't get anywhere with Page of Sorrows energy because it's like no matter what happens, someone's like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like the Strength card, right? It's like somebody who's like a Page of Sorrows needs to get into a little bit of a gratitude mindset, because it's like when you're in the space of like working through our own displeasure, it's like all you'll see around you is displeasure. Animal spirit guide, yeah, like fear of missing out will make you miss out on everything, and comparison's the thief of joy. It's giving me a lot of that. May I please have one card? Highest priority, please, for Haley. All right, this one wanted to come out, which is interesting because it's the same card. There's somebody locked themselves out of your life. No, somebody straight up locked themselves out of your life. Bottom of the deck, yeah. I keep on seeing somebody's like reminiscing on the fact that they didn't realize that was going to be the last conversation between you and them. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, forget. But here's the thing: like I keep on seeing, like it feels a lot like it feels a little bit like bully energy. You know, like it feels like a little bit of someone that liked getting you upset. You know, like energy that pushes our buttons is always surprised when like I almost see you saying like someone, I'm not going to fight with you. You know, like it's giving a lot of that type of energy. All right. Ava, one card on R, please. I keep on, every time I keep on reading into this energy, I just see someone like navigating a state of shock. You know, like I almost feel like you had a conversation with them upon your plans. But I feel like this is somebody who like talks a lot about what they're going to do, but they don't always activate on it. Yeah, especially with this 5 of Swords. Like I kept on telling you, every time I read for this, it feels really wishy-washy. Like I see somebody going into some kind of pathwork of woulda, coulda, shoulda. But I keep wondering woulda, coulda, shoulda never does. You know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the air dragon. Right? Like I almost see somebody being like, I wish we had more time. I don't know. Like often with that, like that's what I mean, like just being conscientious of someone articulating. Like, don't let someone get some kind of fantasy in your head in terms of what they were intending. Like, it's not about what we intend; it's about what we put our effort and direction into. All right, Hannah, one card high is. Hold on, lost my spot. Where'd it go? Where'd you go, Hannah? Hold on, I'm gonna find Hannah again. Oh, there you are, Hannah. One card, highest priority, please, for Hannah. Oh, this card doesn't want to come out. Oh, who is this? All right, you got 2 cards coming in. I feel like somebody wants to talk to you about something. I feel like somebody underestimated you. You know, I don't know why I hear somebody saying, I'm so sorry for what I said about you. It's really interesting. Yeah, like this is like of wands, you know? Like this is a type of thing, like somebody like working through something that they said to you in a moment of anger that they wish they could energetically take back, is what I keep on seeing. Um, animal spirit guide. Yeah, cow. Like it's giving me like it almost feels like somebody who realizes that they have distance from you, but it's interesting because I almost feel like they're saying like I don't deserve to be near you, you know? Like there's some heavy accountability that somebody's taking, you know? Like I almost feels like somebody who like let another person convince them that you were, you know what I mean? Like I almost see somebody who's like in some kind of deep space of regret because they let somebody like affect their impression of you on them. Minnie, one card on how best to navigate. Yep, this project. Be Go ahead and take the lead on it. You know, like I see you, like I almost see you kind of like trying to work through something. Um, it might require you to like step up and be the energetic organizer. You know, yeah, like I feel like it needs initiative. Like I almost see you being like, okay, like can we make sure we're on the same page? Like I almost feel like I almost see you like working through not wanting to take a leadership position but feeling like you might have to is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the bee. Like I almost feel, it's like it's giving me a little bit of this energy of being like not wanting to step on anyone's toes, but feeling like you have to kind of take the lead on things to get anything done. A card for Chrissy, please. Highest priority. This is feeling like a good time to kind of like don't overly internalize things right now. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't make assumptions. Um, like healthy relationship is fortified by difficult conversations, especially in relationality with clarity of direction. Yeah, I keep on hearing no waiting in healthy partnership. Like the ability, I keep on hearing we can talk about the things we want without promising them to one another. So making sure that you're identifying and articulating what your standards are. I keep on hearing it's not need to have a fixed point of need. That's a standard. Animal spirit. You actually got two animal spirit guide cards here. You got the fire dragon and the otter, which is to say like working through energetic frustration, but just channeling it into something that feels like it's energetically productive. So make sure you're having productive conversations on how to do things more effectively. A card general, please, for cool beans, please. Woo! Queen of Swords. I feel like it's like, I feel like it's like I see you kind of working on being more energetically vulnerable, but also recognizing that like vulnerability is like a strength. Um, yeah, Two of Swords in its reversal is saying to me like, um, make sure that you're having compassion in relationality to navigating another person's hurdles is what I keep on seeing. Don't assume intention right now. I keep on hearing don't assume intention when what you might be experiencing from another is straight up exhaustion, right? Is like don't take another person's exhaustion personally, right? I keep on hearing being compassionate through it. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the water dragon. Now is not the time to read um, emotionality into things. And I keep on hearing healthy relationship can navigate a difficult question, which is the ability to like I keep on hearing it's like almost like you having a conversation with someone and saying if there's something wrong, you'll tell me, which is the assurance that we build in terms of someone like working through something, but not taking it personally. Dang, everyone had their one card locked and loaded. It's okay. Alexandra, one card on crossing the threshold with those posts yesterday. Okay. Can I get one card, please, for Alexandra? I mean, it feels like it's gravitas, you know? I feel like there's something I feel like there's something important that I see that you're doing in I keep on hearing honoring your own like I keep on hearing honoring your own levels, which is the space by which I can see that like it's okay for you to um energetically like plumb the deck to the depths of your own frustration. Um yeah, especially with the judgment card in reversal. Which is like I keep on hearing it feels like working through the displeasure of another person's decisions, right? Like I keep on seeing like um it's giving me the same message, which is to say compassion isn't about being nice all the time. Compassion is about communicating something that's important to us, even if even if it's uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like there's something really important about that I'm seeing. One card, yeah, especially with the raven, right? um it's like I keep on seeing like I feel like it's almost the space by which um I feel like it's like you navigating through your own frustration, but in a way that's helping you find words in terms of like it's saying to me like the power of energetic observation, like working into some kind of context of wisdom in relationality to honoring yourself, but also honoring like working through something in such a way that um it almost feels like a little bit of shadow work. But I get like shadow, like almost shadow work in like a good way. Like healthy shadow work is shadow work that like navigates our own sense of aversion. Nikki, one card on love, please. Woo! Nope, 3 cards. Um, I see some, I feel like I see, like, it's interesting. I'm getting a little bit of energetic seesaw energy between you and another person in relationality to like working through the past in a new way. And I keep on hearing like the hard part when we're making an energetic connection that's unlike anything we've ever had before is it's really hard to break through a lot of the anxiety from the past, working through a lot of the doubts and the fears of things that feel similar to past experience, but are vastly different. So making sure that you're not reading intention on not allowing the past to interfere in the present, being energetically protective of partnership, making, I keep on hearing like making sure that I keep on hearing love is prioritizing each other's comfortability, but also like I keep on hearing it's prioritizing each other's comfortability, but without making unreasonable demands on one another in the process. Yeah, especially with the judgment card. It's like navigating each other's comfortability in proportional to what feels energetically reasonable. Animal spirit guide, like the blank manifestation. So potentially now is a really good time to talk to another person upon what the ideal situation is or what the ideal scenario is as it relates to like navigating any energetic hurdles that you may be experiencing at this time. Don't let yourself be reactive or triggered during this eclipse cycle. So many people are asking me to dog sit. I feel like I've gone for the whole month. Sending you so much support, Bridget. Haley, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like it's like I feel like I see like don't let someone else make you their scapegoat. Don't let someone project something onto you. You know, like this is giving me a little bit of energy. Never when someone's like you're just like them, you're like you're projecting. Right? Don't let someone compare something from the past to you in the present. This judgment card does not want to leave the bottom of the deck. So again, you know, the one thing I keep on seeing, I also feel like I keep on hearing the same message. Um, you get to decide what healing is. You get to decide what would be a healing conversation versus something that feels like it would not be beneficial to you. Don't let someone say to you, like, I think it'd be good. Be like, you get to decide what good is, right? Like, especially if there's something you've been actively working to heal on, and someone says, like I keep on hearing, there's no such thing as a closing conversation. If someone's saying that they want to have a closing conversation with you, that's often an opening. Animal spirit guide for Haley, please. Yeah, especially with the swan. You know, like it's giving me a little bit of that energy. Like, don't let someone like confound your process or progress is what I keep on seeing. Don't let someone, I keep on like, you don't, it's a little bit of like, you don't owe anyone anything in relationality to your healing journey, which is the space by which you identify. It's what we need to each other, not what we energetically expect from one another. Oh my goodness, that's wild, Bridget. Ruby, I might have to, maybe I missed it. I'm going to back up. Do you want to repost it? Hold on. I didn't see it come through. Oh, there it is. I see it, Ruby. I got you. One card on them. Send a voice note. He hasn't opened. Whoa. Hold on. I got more than one. Got a lot. I feel like I see someone that waits to listen to something until they have the moment to energetically unpack it, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Um, I feel like there's something important about a conversation that you and another person have to have in relationality to navigating a priority is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like there's some I keep wondering there's something to do with the amount of time that someone has in getting back to you is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I keep on hearing you and another person are having frequency issues, which is how like I keep on seeing the amount of energy that we need to experience on the day to day in order to feel stable. Like I almost see you trying to amplify or articulate what feels reasonable. I keep wondering, don't let someone feel like your reasonable is exceptional. Like I feel like it's a lot of that energy of basically um like talking like this is saying to me like I keep on hearing um like reliable communication is not something that makes one feel like one is anticipating or waiting for something to arrive. It's just energetically consistent. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the strength card in its reversal, you know, like make sure that you don't feel like you're in some kind of waiting game in relationality to communication. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the owl. Like trust your intuition on something, you know? I feel like make sure someone isn't getting you into some kind of less is more mentality as you're starting partnership with them is what I keep on seeing. Like make sure that what you effectively desire and they desire is the same in relationality to like it's almost giving me the energy like make sure someone's not like, oh, you know, I checked in once a day, like we're good. Like don't let someone start scrutinizing or building into the context of someone like I keep on hearing like someone being like, well, I just talked to you, being like, no, it's not, I keep wondering, it's not about filling a quota. It's about easy communication. Um, got you. Hold on a minute. Excellent. All right. You're so welcome, Bridget. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure what order my question came. It's okay, Haley. I saw it. Yeah, I had to go back and see it. Yeah, they know that you're a trusted and reliable pet. Yeah, absolutely. You're so welcome, Haley. Excellent. One second. Oh Lord, hold on. I'm just reading back up. Okay. It's okay, Haley. It's okay, no worries. Heck yeah, they underestimated me. I'm so curious who this is. And I feel like they're pulling on my energy, even if it's not on purpose. No, I see it. I know it's difficult to move on, Ava. Yeah, it's an honor nonetheless. It can be hard to find. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great. That means that there's a lot of energy trusting you. I was assigned the I was assigned the project manager. Oh my gosh, there was okay. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing, Minnie. Anything, hi there, Rainbow, anything to keep an eye on for what may happen this week beyond my own planned activities. One card, please. This actually feels positive. This feels like there might be some kind of positive change in something, actually. Um, yeah, especially with the Three of Cups in its reversal. It almost like I feel like it's almost somebody telling you that you were energetically right about something. You know, it's giving me a little bit of like, sorry I ever doubted you on something, is what I'm getting. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially for with the hind energy, how you might necessarily receive something may be very different, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like I feel like this is you honoring your energy more. You know, like I see you kind of like working in that space of building into reciprocity. And I feel like there's something about that that's allowing you to like identify and recognize what feels like it's fortifying and balanced, or being able to kind of like like trust or hold yourself energetically sacredly is allowing you to build into healthy partnership with those that do so in the same in the same way. I don't want to lead. I can see why I was assigned. I got you, dear. Ella, one card general, please. I mean, it's hard when we're breaking unhealthy energetic cycles because I almost feel like I see some kind of situation where it's the observation of what another person is expecting from you and being like, I'm just not going to do that because it's not healthy. I feel like often I keep on hearing when we hold ourselves, like when we identify and recognize what we are not available for, we heal energy around us because I feel like it's those standards that allow the space of others. Like I keep on hearing, like we give another person permission to have them, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the Ten of Wands in its reversal. I keep on hearing you can't abandon energy that you feel work tirelessly for. You know, I feel like there's something really significant. Like I said, it's working through. It's very much a continuation of the reading we had, which is the space by which we identify and say to one another, you know, um, I want something. Like I want something better between us, but I'm not going to bend over backwards for it, which is the space by which you say, like, I'll never forgive you, but I want you to be in the space where you're constantly working to make something up to me. Like when we care about each other, we honor each other's presence in one another's life. We don't demand upon it. Animal spirit guide, please, for Ella. Yeah, especially with the bear energy. Um, like I keep on seeing the observation and recognition of not potentially not being perfect, but doing the best that we can starts with what it is that we're working to change. So as long as you're being accountable and working towards that change, um, like give someone the time to identify and recognize what feels consistent is what I keep on seeing. Don't be reactive upon it. Just say, like, almost like the energy saying, like, my doors are always open if you want to talk about it. But I'm not gonna push through your boundaries if that's what you're saying. Like the space by which you say, anytime you need me, I'm here, but I'm not gonna force things. The land dragon, exactly. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Cool beans, thank you. I appreciate that. That's something I've worked to heal majority over time. I got you, Fig. One card on counterpart on navigating the current situation. Um, we're not defined by our past. Hindsight's 2020 because hindsight's faulty. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. The past is a library. It's not an armory. We don't look back on it to beat ourselves up about it, but to be able to identify and recognize what we can take to do something more effectively going forward. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the hind, understanding and holding oneself preciously and helping another person be able to recognize and identify that. I keep on seeing, even in you being able to recognize what you're doing better, you're helping another person understand that we don't need to be perfect. We just need to continually try to work to perfect the self, continually trying to do something in a better fashion. I try not to assume intentions. Make sure not now. Now is not the time to assume intentions. Reflexes have to be worked through to be navigated for sure. Yes, I was open about what I was releasing, which included judgment from funny enough. Self-silencing for the comfort of others, no more. Beautifully said. Oh Lord, Nikki, he got the blank one on the other day. Oh wow. A blank one's good though. You know, it's like it's understanding, like that's the thing. The blank one often speaks towards we don't want to, like when we're doing something that we haven't experienced before, we don't want to let our past, our foregone conclusions to damage it. Might walk around with someone with a narrative. Sounds like easily emotionally overwhelmed. Yeah, that's what the voice note was a bit about. Him being in and out lately. Sending you support on that journey, Ruby. The collective was already done, Joy. We're doing one cards for subscribers now. I know we don't like to talk about genders, but a lot of masculine energy are less strong than they think. Well, I think the thing we want to identify. It's not that we don't listen. It's not that we don't want to talk about genders, but I like to articulate that we have to recognize that the work that masculine and feminine do is very different in relationality to, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. So for those with masculine energy, working through the identification point that often vulnerability is seen as a weakness instead of a strength, this is something that takes a long time for the masculine to be able to heal, because it's the recognition and identification of finding that sense of strength within the self. Often feels like you're having to be like more vulnerable or disappointing those around you with your vulnerability. And that's why a good, a healthy energy of the feminine often articulates to masculine that that vulnerability is a gift, so long as, and one that we honor and recognize. So it's a little bit of that continuation point that we see. I like to point out, it's not that we don't like to talk about gender. We just like to understand that the energy of masculine, feminine isn't directly tied to gender, if that makes sense. There's the owl. Case in point with strength reversed. Exactly. Yes. One moment, please. Not him basically checking on once a day makes it funny. You said that. They said it's like relationship shouldn't feel like filling a quota, is what I was getting. We're not together, but being left on red just for someone to respond the next day. I get it, dear. I saw a TT yesterday complaining the tyranny of needing to make one post a day for the algorithm, with her ex-girlfriend being demanding for one inconsistent communication. And I was like, ooh, Three of Cups in reversal is good. Isn't this interesting? Tate, of course you can have one card, dear. I hope you're well. So good to see you. Oop, you got two cards coming out. You got three cards. Ooh la la, what is this? This is saying to me, like, this is feeling like this is like some kind of new breakthrough in relationality to partnership. But I also feel like the relationality is you navigating through frustration in more productive ways or finding better ways to communicate. Bottom of the deck, ooh, Emperor and its reversal. You know, this is like a little bit of throwing caution to the wind to a certain extent. You know, good to see you, dear. Yeah, I'm looking for people who actually are interested in being connected with versus those who are hostile. That's a good place to start, Rainbow. I support that journey. Julia, I've got two cards for you. Two cards for Julia. Highest priority, please. This is saying to me, I see you just working on healing. And I keep on hearing, like, the space by which we heal is about reasonable expectations, right? And I keep on seeing, like, it's not too much to ask what another person's looking for if you yourself are able to articulate it. It's not selfish if it's reciprocal. Bottom of the deck, yeah, Seven of Swords. This is why we don't get too caught up on the past. We don't talk about the reason. We don't articulate as the past being the reason why someone's getting what it is, what they want from each other. We don't match energy. And when somebody articulates that something that they felt hurt for doing something, this is why it's so dangerous, because when we articulate that we're hurt, which is why we can do anything, it gives the unconscious permission to do anything or to try to seek out ways to feel hurt that validate exceptional behavior. Animal spirit guide for Julia, please. Yeah, salmon. It's not about matching energy. It's about like our own personal sense of how we show up for ourselves and others. Or ambivalent, worth being chosen. We all are. Beautifully said, Rainbow. Tap to claim. You're so welcome, Ella. Tap to claim, Lisa. I don't believe I got the animal card. Oh, okay. No, you got the owl, Ruby, which is the ability, I feel like the ability to ascertain or discern what's going on. I feel like that's what you're effectively being like. This is what it feels like to me. Do you want to clarify on it? You know? And to Tate finally find his divine counterpart. I have to think on it. I've got you, Julia. You're so welcome, dear. All right, my friends, we reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving them. Just a reminder, we'll be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot. Also, if you want to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I also want to let you guys know I'm teaching a special class tomorrow that is available to the public. It is going to be a class on mystical poetics, queering the infinite. It is going to be happening through By Book Club Gang, and it's open to the public. If you head over to my Stack, you'll be able to find a link to the Eventbrite ticket if you'd like to participate in that class. We will be going live. That class will be happening at 8 p.m. EST. If you want to get on the list today, you'll be read for tomorrow. You'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. If you became a subscriber today, I would welcome and encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription program in the perks section. Our next class is Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be studying the star card. Yes, mystical poetics, Ruby. Yes, Queen, you can absolutely have one card. Can I get one card, please, for Queen? Highest priority messages, please. 2 cards coming out. This is giving me more of the message that, again, I've been getting this a lot today. You get to decide what would be a healthy conversation versus an unhealthy conversation. You know, if you've been working on actively healing something and another person reaches out and says, you know, like I keep on saying, like not having someone like reach out with like a hey energy when they owe you an explanation. Like I keep on hearing let the past, the past is a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like we don't put time on things to see if feelings subside. Like make sure someone's not trying to wait out something about being energetically frustrated. I keep on hearing healthy relationship can navigate a difficult conversation. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the hair energy, right? Like make sure, I keep on hearing someone comes back from the past, make sure that you continue the conversation. There's a lot of that there. You're so welcome. And I feel like it's almost like validating to you. You know, it does feel like something that may be frustrating, but validating, if that makes sense. All right, my friends, I want to thank you again for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. I hope you have an absolutely, thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. How are you doing today, Maria? The list is closed today if you're joining us, but if you would like to be on the list for tomorrow, I'd be happy to read for you. You can find that link in my bio, and I'll be back on at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here again. Huge thank you to subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.